What is up, guys? Desktop audio, tracks, quiet background. I think that's what we usually do, right? You guys all that? What's up, guys? It's crazy, crazy. Between YouTube and Twitch, we have 1,200 nuts. And I know there's some people streaming as well. We've been asked this quite a bit today already. For anyone asking if they're allowed to like restream and like do their own stream watching or whatever, that's totally fine. You can show exactly our stream or whatever. You don't have to hide it or anything like that. Please feel free to do whatever you want. Obviously, these streams aren't about us like making ad revenue or anything. It's just about sharing our kind of updates. So if you want to do it on your own stream with your own audience, please feel free. And also, thank you for that, obviously. Yeah, we obviously appreciate that. So, yeah, with that, my audio is clipping. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did change the noise gate. Is that better? Is that better? Test 1, 2, 3. Does that sound better? Oh, is my restream thing now dead? I think my restream just went down. It's okay now? Okay, cool. Low audio? I can't turn the audio up more. Yeah, the only thing, like, it literally cannot go higher. Okay, everyone else says it's good, so screw you. Nah, just kidding. So yeah, just a couple things, guys. When it comes to like kind of waiting room, hanging out, you guys are more than fine to talk in Portuguese, Polish, English, whatever you choose. Generally during the stream, try to keep it to English. Obviously, I don't really mind if you say some things in Portuguese, but just so you know, I only understand English. So if you want to communicate with me or ask me a question, please just use a Google Translator. I can usually figure out what you guys are trying to say. And also often there's people that are willing to like ask questions for others in the chat. When it comes to, because obviously we know we have a huge Portuguese following, a big Polish following. And I mean, it's only been in the recent month that our English following has actually grown a lot. It's pretty crazy to look at the Discord statistics where we went from like, it was under 9% English users. And now it's like 38%. So almost half the Discord now speaks English, which is crazy. And that's based on like Discord's analytics as opposed to like obviously what language people are talking in, because there's a lot of people that are bilingual. But so that's been really crazy to see. We will have 180 ping if we're from Europe. You absolutely will not. If we were NA West, by the way, I see Twitch chat and YouTube chat, so sometimes I'm responding to YouTube chat. You will absolutely not get 180. So we have US East servers. And then with that, we have a global proxy network built out. So if you are from Europe, and you traditionally get, let's say, 130 ping to be clear, a lot of games are hosted US West or US Central. You would get 150 to 200 ping to those servers. We are hosted like right on the ocean. So if you are from Poland, your base ping will probably be about 120. With our proxy, most likely you'll be about 100. Germany loves you. Well, thank you, Germany. Please speak Brazilian. I do not speak Brazilian, unfortunately. Is it possible to have an LA server one day? I mean, like anything's possible. But right now, if you're from West Coast, you're going to be getting like 80 ping. So, yeah. Yeah, like all I encourage is if you have not played before, please just give it a go and see if the ping affects you. I think like for a long time, we never said where our server was hosted, and people from Brazil and people from Europe both thought that the servers were like, they thought there was EU and South American servers until one day when we actually shared how our server infrastructure was done. Most people thought that they had a server in their local region. So, and so there was a little bit of confusion because they were all like, well, hold on, if it's EU, how are you guys getting low ping, and vice versa. This was a few months ago already, but I really encourage you just to give it a go, see how it feels with our proxy network. And yeah, we got to get them English numbers up, boys. Yeah, I mean, it's been insane to see the English user growth over the last like month, and especially the last week. It's been pretty crazy. Read the patch notes. I will. We'll get to that pretty quick. How will the giveaway work? We'll use an external app. We will use marbles. That is our classic for our giveaway. We will do a giveaway at probably the very end of the stream. English user outnumbered. Yeah, they're outnumbered right now. I mean, at one point it was 10 to 1. Now it's like for every 6 non-English, there's 4 English. So it's pretty damn close. But in the end of the day, one of them is always going to be higher, right? I don't know if you guys already answered this, but why isn't the game on Steam? So this gets asked a ton. I will give a quick explanation. So we are not on Steam for launch, the same reason that most MMORPGs do not go on Steam for launch. BDO, Albion Online, huge games that are not on Steam, and obviously Steam provides exposure. They also take 30% of all revenue straight off the top. This is a big deal when you have other taxes as well. Suddenly you're starting to look at like 60% of the revenue that you bring in from your game is actually yours, which is very hard to run a studio with. Obviously Steam provides a lot of exposure. We understand that, but there is a reason why most MMORPGs that already have their own audience to some degree will release on Steam down the road. So like Albion, I think it was like 4 years or whatever for them. BDO, I think it was 2 or 3 years, something like that. I don't actually have the exact numbers, but it was down the road, not on release. And the reason why is because like if you have your own built audience, why would you forfeit suddenly 30% of revenue straight up to Steam? Don't get me wrong. We've gone through the Steam process and we could release on Steam, and we very well might in the future. But we not plan to launch for that. Cool, Thomas. Welcome. How did you hear about the game? Patch notes will be posted at the end of the live stream. We will go through the patch notes pretty quick here, probably in like 5 minutes. Just gonna answer a few questions first. Usually this is how I do our live streams. I like to answer some questions first, go through kind of our like notes, whether that is, whatever that ends up being. Today it's going to be patch notes. And then I usually do kind of questions throughout, and then questions at the end, and then usually giveaway. I mean, we didn't do a giveaway last time, but we're doing a giveaway this time. Holy shit, between Twitch and YouTube, we're at 1,400 viewers already. We're like 12 minutes into the actual stream, which is crazy. I think there's like, I think Labosi and a couple others are restreaming too. Shout out to those guys. I will definitely raid someone at the end of the stream if I don't forget this time. I always forget because I just don't stream on Twitch much. But yeah. Can we end the stream so we can get the patch notes then? No. I didn't say patch notes at the end, guys. I said giveaway at the end. Patch notes will be in a few minutes here. Can you tell us if you plan to give us hotkey change build? Oh, like preset builds. Yeah, we do plan to bring in preset builds. We also will be bringing in hotkey remapping. These are features though that like obviously are not required for release, and all of these features that we want to get in, which there's tons of, they all just make things take longer, right? So we wanted to release Ravendawn, and those are features that will come with time, but they're just not really required to like release the game. I noticed something interesting. Many German players seem unaware of the game, and they were pleased when I introduced it to them. Are there more plans to target Germany and advertisements? Yeah, I mean, of course, we're the truth is like we are running ads, but it is very small scale compared to like the exposure we've gotten from press sites and review sites. And I mean, even yesterday, Carnage watched our trailer on his stream. Things like that are where most exposure comes from. But we are definitely targeting multiple different areas, and we will continue to. Right, in the end of the day, this is an MMORPG. We will continue to ramp up advertising over the next month. Our Dark End on Monday. I don't know if it'll get posted on Monday, but 16th is not today. Lucas, you can watch the VOD then. That's cool. Someone's asking about multi-accounting on the same computer. We will talk about it in the patch notes today as well. Holy shit. Questions are flying, like, honestly faster than I can keep up with. So apologies if I miss yours. I definitely will miss a lot. When I tried the game, I thought the graphics looked very blurry. Is that something on my end, or is that something being worked on? Yeah, so this is a common problem with certain monitors. And this is many games deal with this. There is you have to force like the DPI setting in your game's properties. So when you open the game, you can go under like properties. I think it's under advanced, and then it's like force DPI. Someone put a tutorial in the Discord. If they're here, maybe they can put the tutorial again. A lot of people know about this, but it's something that we want to like put on like the wiki and maybe a couple other ways that we can make it more obvious. But yeah, if it looks blurry, like text is blurry or anything like that, just it's literally a button that you check on, and it will solve that. But it's just an issue with some monitor resolutions. Ticket doesn't do anything. I see everybody spamming that now because one person did it. It doesn't do anything though. Are you planning on releasing more archetypes? Yeah, we will definitely have more archetypes in the future. Okay, let's get started because people are spamming tickets, so I can't read questions anyways. And we have, I mean, geez, people are still filtering in, so I kind of feel bad going through it right away because we just went up like 100 viewers in the last like 2 minutes. How are you guys prepared for the first hours of launch? I mean, will be a lot of logins in the server. Do we expect servers down? I think this is probably just translation issue. I think essentially what you're just asking is like, how are we preparing for launch? Do we expect like downtime on the servers? I mean, obviously we don't expect that. You know, hope for the best, prepare for the worst is kind of the philosophy for anything, but especially situations like an MMORPG launch. MMORPG launches are notoriously chaotic, and you know, it doesn't almost matter how much you prepare sometimes. It's just a very chaotic thing. It is a live service game. There are a lot of moving parts. We feel we've done a lot of test phases. We feel we've figured out how to best handle huge floods of players like we had in open beta, where we had a lot more players than we expected. I can assure you, we have a lot more servers than we think we need. As in, like, we have extra servers set up and on standby and prepaid for quite a duration, for just the event that we need to get more servers on ASAP, so that we don't have to like set those all up and take a day to do that, right? Obviously this costs money. This is an investment to do that, but it's something that we would rather, you know, worst case, I guess you could say, be ready to get servers up right away. Obviously it's a huge blessing if that's the case, but right now, like, our plan is we will have this will be the last thing, and then I'll go into patch notes, guys, because I know a lot of people are waiting for that. But just on the server thing for one more second, our plan essentially right now is to have more channels than we probably need, like 2 or 3 days down the road. The plan is to have more channels, but with a much lower max population allowed on each channel. So that is currently our plan for launch. And the reason why is because obviously those early level zones are absolute chaos with, if there was like 1,000 people in that early level zone, it's complete chaos, right? And so just so you guys know how things work, with our channels, we essentially have a tutorial login queue and then a launch login queue. So the tutorial login queue has its own max. So you guys will see that the queue will be tough the first like 15 minutes to log in, but as people go out of the tutorial, it'll drastically improve very quickly. And then additionally, we will continue to increase the max capacity of our channels as people leave those early level zones. So you will feel a queue, but it will not be like a one-to-one queue, if that makes sense. Like, it won't be a queue where it's like, oh, one person needs to log out for me to get a spot, because we will open more spots. So you will see times where you are number 100 on the queue, and you will suddenly jump up to be logged in, because we opened another 100 spots on that channel. One more thing on the queue system, guys, it is channel specific. What that means is if you are number, and this is a little bit unorthodox, we totally understand that, but if you are number 100 on a channel, that means, and let's say there are 10 channels, that means that there are 1,000 people technically in queue, but it is channel specific. This means there is the odd chance that you might log in a little bit faster than another person that is queued for another channel, but the same number as you, and vice versa. That can happen. Obviously, in the end of the day, it works out to be exactly the same, but we do it channel specific. But with that, obviously, if there are 200 people in queue and we open up 200 more slots on every channel, so like 2,000 more login spots, you all would like instantly log in. And if someone was like 400 in queue, they would jump to 200 in queue. As well, we again, we'll have more channels for launch and probably a lower max population for like the first hour, and we will continue to increase it. And there is a good chance that we will the day after remove a bunch of channels, because we will increase the population on all the channels by a lot. So just so you guys know, if you, for example, like let's say we feel comfortable with 10 channels, there's a good chance that the day after we will like cut that down to like 6 and double the population on those 6 channels that are able to play, because the early level zone will not be as busy. Heard about this game on Reddit a couple of weeks ago. Actually excited to stick my teeth in. Welcome. Yeah, we've been really lucky. Not lucky, but we had like 2 pretty big posts about us on Reddit. It's kind of funny because when our trailer dropped, we wanted to do like a developer post about Ravendawn on the MMORPG subreddit. We've been on other Reddits as well, but that's obviously the most direct subreddit. And we wanted to do a developer post. And but when we went to do the developer post, there was already like a post that had like it was like at the top of the subreddit. And so we're like, okay, well, it probably doesn't really make sense to do a developer post because there's already like a post there and it kind of feels weird. So we were like, okay, let's wait a couple of days. And then we waited like 2 days, and then like this was like a day or 2 ago, and then another post got like really high on the subreddit, and and so we want to do like a official developer post on there, but we didn't want to do it when we were already at the top of the subreddit for many reasons. One, like obviously you're not going to get a lot of added exposure, but also because the MMORPG subreddit is like notoriously paranoid. I literally responded to a post in there with our Ravendawn account, and someone said that that it was suspicious that I was in the subreddit responding on a thread about us. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, so if anyone doesn't know, we use a software called Mentions. Lots of people use it. And it basically says, it like tracks cases where you're mentioned on the internet, right? So I saw it come up on the subreddit. I was like, oh, cool. Like I'll go read and respond to a few things. And yeah, they were saying that it was suspicious that we were in there responding to people. I'm like, oh shit, if that's suspicion now, that developers respond to people on subreddits, that's really sad. But I also get it. Yeah, I mean, it's a notoriously rough subreddit. I've been in that subreddit for like since, I don't know, 6-7 years, for forever. And most of the time I read threads where it's like an interesting game and it's just 90 people shitting on it. But yeah. There's also some cool people on that subreddit too. It's not all bad. It's just also like notoriously toxic, and I think that's just because, like, listen, MMORPG players, we've been shaded over the years. Okay, we all know it. Yeah, the posts that we've seen have actually been incredibly positive. I do need to say that. It was literally like, I think it was just one person that was like actively just like, oh, this is suspicious, or this is like, I don't know, shit like that. But it was only like one guy that actually saw saying that. There was a few people that like said things they didn't like about the game, which is completely fair. Like we've always said, our perspective is very jarring, and we understand that. And we totally understand that some people don't like that. And that is completely fair criticism. Okay, sorry, patch notes. I will get to some questions soon, guys, to more questions. I mean, you can ask questions while I'm going through patch notes. But yeah. How does the team feel about permadeath hardcore servers? I mean, maybe one day. I think those are things that are interesting to add down the line. And we've definitely talked about it, but we wouldn't have it on launch. Yeah, the other thing that kind of sucks is someone was just responding how a lot of people in the Reddit are already a fan of Ravendawn. And that does suck because obviously, like, one person was saying that we're using alt accounts, which also really sucks because the Reddit post, at least the most recent one, was shared like 25 times in the subreddit. So it's not a surprise that other people in the sorry, I went to the wrong link. It's not a surprise that other people in the subreddit or in our Discord when posted on a subreddit. It kind of sucks that anytime someone's like positive in a subreddit, they just assume it's like brigading or alt accounts. But it is what it is. I get it. It's the internet. Okay. Patch 1. By the way, I'm zoomed in, so things might be a little bit blurry. I zoomed in a lot for the sake of the stream. So yeah, things are probably pretty blurry. I'm like 175% zoom right now. So apologies if the graphics are not as crisp as they actually are on the post. All right, guys, this is my little opening thing. I will read this out because obviously there are going to be thousands, probably tens of thousands of people that read these patch notes that are not in the live stream. My mic is moving, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to read this out. This is cringe. I always hate reading exactly what I typed. But we are very excited to share with you all our first official patch notes for 1.0.0, the release patch of Ravendawn Online. These are new features, changes, and balances that we have been hard at work on in the last 3 weeks since the end of our final open beta. Most of the team took a much needed break during the holidays, preparing for the busy release ahead, but I hope this is yet another example to you all of how much we do in such a short turnover, as a testament to you all and how much we care about the world we are creating. While an MMORPG is never done, I hope all of you guys understand that, as I think you do. And there are always new features we want to add and balances that are required as metas change. And some of those decisions you might not always agree with. We promise we will work tirelessly to make Ravendawn a passionately developed and special MMORPG experience for you all for years and decades to come. Every word in here matters a lot to me. every wording here was very intentional, especially this last part. Guys, MMORPGs are something that ideally get developed and improved for years. Our studio, unlike most game studios, has not downscaled with release coming up. Most studios will downscale a lot of their studio for the release because usually you just don't need as many people involved anymore because, you know, you get your bag and you go into maintenance mode. Our studio is the same size and we will likely look to grow. With that, expect no slowdown in content development. Expect us to be listening to you guys as we have the last 4 years, and expect us to be working passionately towards this project for years to come. One other really important part there, guys, is some of these changes you might not all agree with. We have 1,600 people in here between Twitch and YouTube, and there are many more people watching on restreams right now, and there will be tens of thousands of people probably reading these patch notes. You guys may not like some of the changes, and that is okay. We will always make changes that we feel are the best for the game. And whether that is for the longevity of the game, whether that is for the current meta of the game, this is our goal and this is what we will always do. Most of the studio plays Ravendawn. We are incredibly invested in what we do. Most of our staff work way more hours than they're required to, than they're expected to. A lot of us were working Christmas break, even though, you know, obviously we've been very busy the last year, and we have a busy launch coming up. We will always do as much as we can to make sure this is the best game possible. Sometimes that will not be up to your guys' expectations, and that is fine. But I need you guys to understand that we are always coming at it with that side of passion and the longevity of the game that we love. Moving on. Nerf archery, buff warfare. Moving on. General changes. By the way, the balances are at the very end, but we will be going through a bunch of stuff. So, general changes. We added 2. By the way, I have not read through all of these. I don't prepare these patch notes. I add kind of context to some important parts of it, but a lot of it is things that I'm not even really that involved with. To the degree of my day-to-day is not involved with it because we have people that work in every part of the team, especially balances. We have a balance team that handles balances. I obviously do my verification and stuff, but some of these I'm going to be reading, and I did not type these up, so apologies if I fumble on words a bit. Added 2 new gear grades, Celestial and Ascendant. Both were added right after Arcane, so any grade after them was pushed forward. Grades pushed forward had its stats proportionally increased. New grades also have a new border colors. So essentially, we've increased the amount of grades from 8 to 10 for gear. Legendary, Mythic, Legendary Max, these have moved up to the very end. Celestial and Ascended are now kind of in the middle, have their own colors, and essentially gear progression is still at the same pace. There's just 2 more grades at the end. Applied adjustments to rested experience. Instead of increasing a percentage based on legacy level, it will now be a flat amount based on level ranges. Applied adjustments to breeding limit. When the breeding limit is increased after breeding a MOA, it will now consume a use after completing its mating phase first instead of the maturing phase last. Trading between players is only unlocked once both players have reached 2,000 reputation points. This is probably, I think, for most of you guys, an obvious why we added this in the MMORPG climate. 2,000 reputation points does not take a super long time to get, though. I believe this is the exact same time you get small land, so don't worry too much on that, but it is just for certain precautions. Increase the minimum level for PvP to 20, and the minimum level to join the War Mode channel also changed to 20. This was 15 before. We just made it a little bit higher because we didn't like the idea that people in Rona Woods were already getting PvP'd and stuff. We wanted to kind of put it to the point where you're at the end of Rona Woods / looking at Sejeko, stuff like that. Still incredibly low for anyone who's played. Level 20 does not take very long to get, but it does give a little bit more of an opportunity to learn the game a little bit better. Increase the amount of resources needed for crafting tier 3 plus items. So all tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, it's a slight increase. It's not a very large increase, to be clear, but a slight increase. We wanted to see the progression just a little bit different. Increase the marketplace tax. We increased the market. Oh, sorry. My headset always goes off because I'm not listening to anything. Yes, Legacy level 20 for PvP. Increased marketplace tax. We essentially increased it from 2 to 4% for listing and selling. Increased the land tax. So we made a slight increase to land tax. Honestly, it was at the point that it was basically negligible and not even noticed. We want it to be something that was like, guys, ticket doesn't do anything. Stop. Otherwise, we're just going to start timing out the word ticket, because one person types ticket and then everyone starts spamming ticket. If you're not listening to anything, why keep it on? Because sometimes we do like play something. And so it's just annoying to have to like, yeah. And I don't mind having a headset on. These are super comfortable. Okay, we're gonna have to start timing out people that say ticket, I think, because it's just like blowing up the chat. Is there an easy way? I don't know if any of the mods know. Is there an easy way to make it so someone types ticket, just times it out for like 60 seconds or something? I don't want to like go through ticketing. Yeah, if someone could say in Portuguese also to stop saying ticket, because they probably just see ticket being used. Yeah, I don't want to ban. Well, if we ban the word, wouldn't it? Yeah. Anyways, just stop saying ticket. Because it just makes it really hard to read actual questions. Because guys, to be clear, I'm gonna go through questions on these as they come up, right? I'm not gonna spam through it all and then hope people remember. I'm gonna go through questions as they come up. What happens if you don't pay your land tax? Do you lose your house? You do lose your house. I think you have to go like 2 weeks without paying it. It's not instant. Will EU have decent paying for the game? I literally just talked about this at the very start of stream. I think it was like the first topic. So if you go, the VOD is automatically on YouTube, and it will be on YouTube after this as well. You can go simply into the VOD and watch like the first 5 minutes. And I talk quite extensively about that. Yo, just tuning in. I love the game and everything I've read the past couple of days. It's a shame I didn't hear a word about it until the day before yesterday. Seems like a perfect game in my mind. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's when you don't have like a $25 million marketing budget, it's harder to have every gamer know about your game. I mean, to be clear, it's not only that reason. Obviously, like marketing, sometimes you just catch fire, and we definitely have the last week where we're getting kind of written about everywhere now. But it's one of those things that you need a little luck on your side and a little bit of good timing if you don't have the money to just kind of throw at it, right? And I think we kind of hit a good strike of luck. Yeah. Because I mean, the growth has not slowed down. It is only going up every single day. That's usually how those things go, right? Because more people hear about it, they tell more people, and so and so. Will you ever add EXP scrolls to the cash shop? Love this game. Much love from Texas. First off, thank you. No, we don't plan to add EXP scrolls. Sorry, I was thinking about a thing from Texas suddenly. It popped in my mind. No, we do not have plans for that. You see a healthy competition with Dracantos? So we obviously know the Dracantos team very well, because they're the PokeX games, or sorry, PXG. Wait, I think it is just stands for PokeX games. Anyway, sorry. We know that team very well. We know the GLA team very well. It's obviously like the same studio that's doing Dracantos. We met them when we were actually at BGS, which is very cool. Super nice guys. They came to the booth for a bit. I mean, I think any pixel projects are awesome to see them like popping up more and more. In terms of like competition, I think they're still a very long ways away from release. They did a gameplay trailer, but from what I understand, they're still very far from release. But on top of that, it's also a very different game. I don't know if you guys have looked into Dracantos. They're more, it's more of like a hero, like you have like different heroes and level through them, like GLA, which is their like, it's their One Piece pixel art game. Sorry, now people are saying Ravendawn. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like quite a different game. But obviously we wish them the best of luck. Like my thing has always been the same. The more good projects that pop up, that are in like our style of game, with pixel art being MMORPG, the better it is for everybody, right? It just brings more attention to the type of genre. And I need to be very clear, like the more good ones, right? Obviously bad ones just kind of bring it down. But the more good ones are, like, there is a very good chance that people that play Dracantos will try out Ravendawn at some point, and vice versa. So I think you can definitely help each other out. And knowing that team, I think they'll make a great game. They know what they're doing as well. But I'm pretty sure it's like very, very far away still. Maybe not. But anyways, I wish them the best of luck. Obviously, they're very nice guys. Moving forward, so yeah, lamp attacks increased. Slightly increased the base gear, the gear base infusion experience. So this is the infusion experience that you get from infusing like normal equipment into your current equipment. So as everyone knows, we have infusions in the game, but you can also use equipment that is unused as an infusion. Sorry, I gotta move this a little bit higher here. All right, Dawn Essence. So a lot of you guys already saw this in the open beta. We've added Dawn Essence into the game. Dawn Essence is I should also put in that's an untradeable resource. Maybe Neos, if you wouldn't mind just adding that in an edit. Dawn Essence is an untradeable resource gained as players progress in game, coming from North Star quests and supply bags. So North Star quests come just as you progress through the game, as you level up. Supply bags come from virtually anything in the game. So whether it's killing creatures, crafting, gathering, fishing, whatever, you will obtain supply bags. Supply bags are just opened and they have random resources in them. Dawn Essence is used purely to obtain Raven packs. Previous sources that provided Raven cards will now provide Dawn Essence instead. This change was made to allow for more consistent Dawn Essence drops from supply bags instead of a very low chance to get a Raven pack. So essentially, previously, supply bags would have like a very, very rare chance to give a Raven pack. We wanted to make this way more fluid. So instead of like that super rare RNG chance that comes from it, because there are other rare things already, instead it's like a more consistent thing. So it feels a little bit better that you're just like consistently accumulating it and able to get Raven packs instead of just like praying to God you get super lucky. It just feels a little bit more balanced across the board because there's a less chance that like one guy gets like 5 or another guy gets 1, etc. Yeah. What is a Raven pack? Raven packs are, I mean, you can check on our wiki, by the way. Shout out to our new official wiki. But essentially, Raven cards are cards that you get throughout playing the game. You get them from Raven packs, which are only obtained via Dawn Essence. To be clear, these are not sold in our shop or anything like that. These are packs that you open and they come with cards. These cards further customize your skills. So virtually every creature in the game has its own card. Actually, sorry, I should clarify that. Not anymore. Now we have way more creatures than we have Raven cards. But essentially, these are cards that further customize your abilities. So changing the way your fireball works, stuff like that. Equipment breakdown. This is something that has been heavily requested, and I know a lot of people are going to be very excited about. But unused equipment stockpiling is a common occurrence in MMORPGs, especially long-term, driving their price in the economy down. While some level of this is normal, as previously exclusive tiers of gear become more commonly available, having a strong floor is incredibly important to make sure the equipment always has value. Because of this, equipment will now be able to be broken down into Dawn Essence, which can then be used to obtain Raven packs. With this, extra equipment, whether crafted or on the marketplace, will always have a value for obtaining or upgrading Raven cards. Selenia, located south of Ravenquest Temple in the city square, will allow you to break down equipment into Dawn Essence. So essentially, we wanted to make sure that we had a way that equipment always had a solid floor that was not just silver or infusion experience. And this is something that we really wanted to add. So crafters, rejoice. Stockpilers, rejoice. Yeah, guys, someone mentioned, guys, after there's so many new people here. We're at 1,650 people across both platforms with lots of restreams, as mentioned. So there's a lot of new people in here, I'm sure. After the stream, we have developer blogs on the website where we talk about certain systems. Some of them are outdated though, so I apologize because we just write them through the time. That's why we have made our official wiki. It is wiki.ravendawn.online. You can access the wiki just going to our website. Hold on, I'll go home. Oh, and there is up here, the wiki. if I was a wider browser right now, it would be here. But please go on our wiki. Pretty much every core system in the game is talked about on the wiki. So yeah, please go here and you can click everything. Quick shout out to the wiki. All of this good. This also, Neos, if you can talk to the wiki team, get the new patch notes in. Well, I guess when it's published. These will be coming really soon. We're hoping to have the class builder in the next couple days. I will announce when it's in. Tradeback calculator will come in the future though, but the class builder will come very soon. This is all done with APIs, so it will always fetch the latest balances as well for you guys. So you can also do Raven cards throughout that as well. So you can look at all the Raven cards. Just a little fun graphic. Equipment, Dawn Essence, packs. Cool. Tier 1 skill changes. This is a big one. Over the last month, we have spent a lot of time discussing and improving how base bracket tier 1 skills feel in Ravendawn. As they are a large part of combat in the early game and still filler in mid and late game, we wanted to make them feel more engaging and rewarding. Because of this, most tier 1 skills in Ravendawn will now have a third hit bonus. What this means is every third use of the skill on any target, so this will transfer from target to target, you don't have to be on the same target, will be enhanced and more rewarding to use. To keep the balance of these tier 1 skills the same, their base / non-enhanced versions, so the first and second hits, have been made slightly weaker. So right now we are very happy with the balance of like skill progression. And so we did not want to change this balance. And obviously if we just gave them all a third hit bonus, they would probably be better than some tier 2 and tier 3 and stuff skills. So the base use, the first and second use are now proportionally about a third or about 50% weaker each. And the third hit is about 100% better. Sorry, I shouldn't say 50% weaker. It's not 50% weaker. The amount that they're both weaker is equivalent to the increase that the third hit is better, if that makes sense. Here are the third hit bonuses. Bash, swing your weapon with force. By the way, this is the full description. Yeah, swing your weapon with force, dealing 100% weapon damage. Every third bash deals 100% weapon power damage to the main target and 50% in a small area around you, causing 20% slow for 2 seconds to all targets. So instead of applying a base slow to every target hit, to the single target, every third one will now be an AoE around you, slowing all targets and dealing damage to all targets. I'm not hey, I know what you're trying to do. You're telling me to scroll down and I know exactly why. You want to read ahead, okay? We're in this together, okay? Brutal Strike deals 100% weapon damage to the target. Every third Brutal Strike heals you for 30% weapon power. Previously, every Brutal Strike would heal for 10%. Now every third will heal for 30%. Wind Arrow shoots an arrow that deals 85% weapon damage to the target. Every third fires an additional arrow at 50% damage. So essentially we made the base arrow slightly weaker and every third will fire a second arrow. Oh, jeez. Smite deals 90% spell power. Every third smite will deal 30% extra damage. Flash Heal heals the target for 170% healing power. Every third Flash Heal heals a bonus of 50% and becomes an instant cast. To be clear, Flash Heal did get a small nerf on the base as well, though. Not just for the sake of the third, it got a small nerf as well. But now the third one is an instant cast. So enjoy. You don't have to hard cast every single Flash Heal. You can do a little bit fun stuff where you cast a couple, bank one, and then move and cast that third one. Quick Slash. Slash the target, dealing 105% weapon damage. Every third Quick Slash has a guaranteed chance to critical hit. Cyclone. Cast Cyclone, dealing 70%. I'll just really quickly. Essentially, instead of every single Cyclone bouncing now, it'll be every third, but it will bounce for way more damage. So more damage than all three. Arcane Pulse. Deals 70% spell damage, applying a pulse stack that reduces the target's defense by 5%, up to 3 stacks. Every third deals an additional 20% spell damage. Frostbolt shoots a Frostbolt. Applies Frost stack. Essentially, what we changed is instead of every single Frostbolt applying a small slow of 10% and then stacking up, the third one will now deal slightly more damage and apply a 30% slow. Fireball shoots shoots a fireball at the target that deals 70% spell damage, applying a stack of fireball that deals 5% spell power every 2 seconds for 10 seconds, up to 3 seconds. Every subsequent stack will refresh the duration. Every third fireball now will deal an additional 20% spell damage to the target. Adjacent targets will receive 50%, and a stack of fireball will be applied to all. Oversupply changes. Increase the tax for every 10% above the threshold from 2 to 10%, proportional to how much is above the threshold. Applied adjustments to the threshold calculation. This is boring stuff. But this is what the smart people on our team work on, okay? With lots of data. Infamy. Applied adjustments to the Infamy game formula and Beast Zone lock durations and added experience debt on death, which increases based on the Infamy points. So essentially now, if you have incredibly high Infamy, you will lose more experience. Again, this is very high Infamy, and this is for people that are just randomly killing players. Basically, if you are just randomly killing a lot of players, you will get a larger amount of EXP lost when you die, until that infamy goes back down. We also slightly adjusted the amount of infamy that comes from different systems, and we also changed some peace zone lockouts as well for different areas. Right now it was very quick if you PK'd or player killed somebody or murdered somebody, because an unjust kill in the ocean, it was like 5 minutes. It was very quick. It was very hard for someone to have a chance to go get vengeance on that person, so we increased it to 10 minutes. And then, yeah, the EXP debt. Quest and map. We basically just added a ton of stuff. I'm not going to go through all these. You guys can go through all these. These are not as fun. New creatures. Changed loot drops. All that fun stuff. Changes to consumables. Basically just reduce the amount of potions that are automatically obtained. Yeah. A bunch of areas that are missing Portuguese translations, we have added them in. Some creatures that were missing sound effects have been added in. New Rangers Company tasks. Increase the amount of maximum inventory. Increase the maximum amount of guild members to 100. This has been a big question. Rule and update confirmation. After much consideration, we've decided that multi-clienting... Oh my god, I am hitting hotkeys on my new keyboard. After much consideration, we have decided that multi-clienting will not be allowed on Ravendawn. This is to ensure the immersion of the game world as well as quality of the game experience. We will be blocking the client from having multiple instances open for release, and those found multi-clienting will be banned on the spot. This is something that has been asked a ton. We don't like to just answer stuff without discussing it. If it's like an important thing like this, we don't like to just answer things generally. Sometimes I make the mistake of answering. But I also feel bad when I'm like responding to 10 different people in the Discord, and then one person keeps asking the same question and he's like just getting ignored. So we wanted some time to consider this and make sure that we agreed with the decision, because this is a huge decision. Yeah. This new system to tier 1 skills will stack. Will affect only the same enemy. Yeah, so that was mentioned, but you might have missed the first part. It is not related to your target. So if you use the first 2 casts on one creature and then use a third on another creature, it'll be fine. You will still get that 3rd hit bonus. It is not unique to that specific creature, because obviously there are many times where you're not casting 3 of the base skill on the same creature while using a bunch of other stuff. While using other skills as well. So added new buff and debuff UIs. We teased this last time, but players will now be able to see the current buffs and debuffs active in their character HUD element, draggable with edit UI. In addition to that, all buffs and debuffs are now rounded up to the values of an integer. So yeah, this has been insanely requested. We showed it last live stream, but obviously last live stream we had like, I don't know, 300 people there, where now we have like 1,700 people. And so for many of you guys, this will be the first time hearing about it, but essentially you will now have a buff and debuff tracking UI. Added several improvements to the battle list. You can now resize the battle list. You can do this without using the edit UI function. So you can do it in the middle of combat. You can make it wider, longer, whatever you guys want. Added colored nameplates, green for members of the same guild. This has been heavily requested because guild tags are great, but they obviously can be hard when you're in the middle of like a guild war. So we have added green nameplates. Add required material section for, yeah. Oh, I don't know if this was mentioned in here, unless I missed it. We added click to walk. This has been obviously incredibly requested by Albion and RuneScape players. We now have click to walk in the game. It is on by default. However, you can turn it off in the in your settings if you don't like it. But if you like it, you're now able to click around to walk instead of using keys all the time. All right, balance changes. What you're all here for. Yeah, huge influx of watchers. I mean, last time we didn't do like an announcement tag in the Discord, which obviously has like a huge impact on the numbers. But in the last week, our Discord's also grown by like a few thousand people. So that's also part of it. After lots of discussion, feedback, and testing, we've decided to remove the 20% slow that occurs when attacking with ranged weapons. Anyone who played the open beta would know what this is. Instead, we have re-implemented the 20% slow on hit when using a melee weapon and have given melee creatures a 15% movement speed increase. Increased players' base AP, DP, and healing power from 10 to 15. Slightly increased creature strength scaling from level 35 plus. Reduce the drop rate of, oh, this is a single item. Reduce all amounts of cotton by 3x. Sorry, to be clear, reduce all amounts related to cotton by 3 times. This could probably be worded better, so I apologize. This should probably have a little bit better context. Essentially, cotton right now was very hard to get as a base material. It is a base material required for making cloth gear. So cloth gear was definitely not crafted as much early game because getting ore was much easier. Getting wood was much easier. Getting leather was much easier. However, getting cotton was very difficult because the base cotton tree was very expensive and had a very long grow time and very high effort. We have basically made it a third the amount. You also get a third the amount of cotton. It basically just makes the barrier to entry way, way, way lower. Yeah, cloth tree is no longer 7,500 silver. Exactly. All right. We made a fun little graphic here. Our plan is to do this kind of for every balance patch because we will have frequent balance patches. Oh, one thing before we go into this, even though most of you guys saw it already. We plan to do balance patches very frequently. This is something we talk about a lot in the studio, how we want to be super proactive and constantly try and changes. I need to be clear, guys. I need to be clear. We are going to try things that at times people aren't going to like. I've said this earlier in the stream. But also, sometimes we will get things wrong, and we will try them out. And if we don't think they're right, then we will change it. We don't have egos around that. If we make a change that we don't like in the end of the day, we will change it. Just like this one. This was something that we worked a lot on. We tested a lot, and ultimately we ended up not liking it. We reverted it and made a different change. Hopefully, this gives us the credibility and the trust that you guys know that we constantly make changes and we will change things that we've changed if we don't feel like it's the best for the game. When it comes to balances, I understand everyone has the archetype they want to play. Everyone has the build they want to play. Everyone's going to have the archetype and build they do play. And it is going to frustrate them if that gets nerfed. And the people that their build gets buffed, they're going to rejoice. This is part of MMORPGs. If you want to cry about it, we can make a special venting Discord channel. But please don't come in here. Please don't come in here screaming about your ability or class or build getting nerfed. We make these changes not because we hate you specifically and want to target you. It is because we think it is best for the game. Now, onto the balances. Buffs. Quickfire had a buff. Windstrike, Spirit had a buff. By the way, you'll notice it's the ability, and then it's like the archetype icon. Side. Windstrike, Spirit had a buff. Shadow Proficiency had a buff. Meteor Strike had a buff. Amplification had a buff. Cyclone and Wind Mastery were changed. Feasting Strike was nerfed. Hatred was nerfed. Bladestorm was nerfed. Savagery was nerfed. Guys, to be clear, before you freak out, Raven cards are down below as well. So Raven cards also had offsets as well. So don't right away panic, okay? There are some abilities that got nerfed, but it's because we made the Raven cards a little bit better, etc. Revenge got nerfed. Coup de Grace got nerfed. Death Blossom got nerfed. Blessed Air or Earth got nerfed. Air Aura. Also, don't panic because a nerf doesn't mean it's 50% worse. It might mean it's 2% worse. Okay, just chill. Archery. Quickfire. Damage reduced from 60% to 55%. Weapon power per arrow. Base arrows fired increased from 2 to 3 though, and the cooldown was reduced from 40 to 30. Protection. The base damage reduced from 125 to 100%. Aether bonus damage reduced from 25 to 20% per 10 Aether consumed. Cooldown increased from 30 to 40 seconds. Bless Earth. Base weapon defense and spell defense scaling reduced from 10% to 7.5%. Weapon defense and spell defense scaling per Aether reduced from 3% to 2.5%. Warfare. Feasting Strike. Healing reduced from 40% weapon power to 36% weapon power per 10 Aether consumed. So Bladestorm bonus healing per Aether consumed reduced from 7% to 3.5%. I'll quickly share why, guys, on this one. Warfare just strictly was just way too good at self-sustain. It is meant to have a level of self-sustain. We want that for Warfare. It is part of its kit, but it was just too high. It was just way too high. It was basically at the point that it became its own healing archetype with a lot of other strong parts of the archetype. We make these balances based on not only any absorbent amount of data, a lot of data. We track a lot of shit. I would say we track more than 90% of MMORPGs out there. I am very confident we track more. But we also do a lot of testing, and we also listen to opinions a lot, and we check things out, and we play ourselves. We don't make these decisions lightly. We come to and we grill these changes as well. We don't just throw them in. Hatred. AP passive reduced from 0.5% per stack to 0.4% per stack. Hatred cooldown between dealing and taking damage to generate stacks are now independent. The amount of healing savagery gives to the player was changed. Instead of healing 100% of the damage dealt, from now on, every stack of savagery on the target will heal the player by 15% instead of the damage dealt. Shadow. Coup de Grace. Extra damage caused by the skill if used within 3 seconds after stock was reduced from 150% to 75%. This is essentially because stock, it almost felt like it required stock to even have this ability, which we just didn't want. Stock also received a buff in the open beta. We just didn't want this to feel like it is 100% required. Warfare now might need a healer. Yeah, exactly. And that is, I assume that was a positive comment. It could also be a negative. That is exactly the intent. It was essentially its own self-sustain spec by itself, and has a lot of other benefits to Warfare. Not only does Warfare do a lot of damage, it has really good gap closers. It was just doing everything really well. And that's not what we want for an archetype. We don't want an archetype to just do everything well. So yeah. Seems just discovered the game a few days ago. Seems like the only melee DPS is Shadow and Warfare. Is that the case? Currently, those are the only two like primary DPS focused archetypes for melee. There is, but kind of is similar for. I mean, again, there are people that do protection as their primary, and they do builds around the damage parts of protection. So again, there are different ways. Usually those are more like AoE type builds. We've seen some really strong ones. That is why Blessed Earth is getting a slight nerf, because we saw some really crazy stuff happening. Yeah. Spiritual. Oh wait, sorry, 2 more. Death Blossom, bonus damage per Aether consumed from 80% to 70%. Shadow Persistence, chance to generate Aether from critical strikes increased from 20% to 25%. Spiritual. If Cyclone doesn't bounce to another creature, it deals 20% spell power damage to the target. This effect doesn't work if they are equipping the Goblin Glider card. Air Aura. Air Aura. Wind Aura duration reduced from... Hold on, I gotta send something. Arrow. Wind Aura duration reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. Wind Strike Spirit. Damage changed from weapon power to adaptive damage. Wind Strike Spirit. Activation every 3rd basic attack instead of a fixed 50% chance. Aether bonus damage increased from 10% damage to 20% adaptive damage. Sorry, I just gotta quickly send notes to Neos. Windspark Spirit duration increased from 12 seconds to 15 seconds. Wind Mastery now stacks up to 3 times. Once stacks are reached, the effect duration will not be renewed. Wizardry, the damage in the medium area of Meteor was increased from 30% to 60%. So previously, the main like few tiles of Meteor hit really hard. The areas around it, 150% to 75%. That's a huge nerf. To be clear, guys, this is on the Aether bonus part of it, not the base spell. Please understand things. Yeah. Essentially, we made the like wider area of Meteor do more damage because essentially it was doing like almost no damage. So we wanted to make sure it still did some level of damage, but still being rewarding to hitting the kind of bullseye, I guess. Why release midweek instead of a weekend? It is incredibly standard for games to release on Tuesdays. That is actually the standard release date for video games. And there's many reasons for that. But yeah, we're not doing anything unconventional on that. Amplification damage increased from 5% to 8%. Amplification increased. Resource cost of skills reduced from 35% to 25%. And now we are getting on to Raven cards. Can you pronounce Flame Tornado and Erupt to me? I love your accent. Where are you from that I have... Well, I mean, obviously I have some level of accent to anyone other than Canadians. But Flame Tornado and Erupt, are those like... Would Canadians say that in a weird way? I know like a boat and like about, like we say those weird. Boat, yeah. Or a. Thank you very much. I don't know what the... Shit. Do we say that weird? Flame Tornado and Erupt? Do we say that in a weird way? Erupt? Whatever. Okay, on to Raven cards. So again, guys, a lot of Raven cards for Warfare got buffed. So I need you guys to chill. I need you guys to chill out, okay? So buffs to different Raven cards. Salt Dusk Executioner received a buff. Troll Brawler card received a buff. Goblin Berserker received a buff. Morningstar Paladin, Dwarf War Priest, Kaiman Seer. For those of you who are like legit Ravendawn players, you will know what all these cards do. For those of you who don't, we have notes below. High Elf Priest received a buff. Hoghound Raider, Hobgoblin, Misty Cat Mushroom, Doomgazer, and adjustments. Icicle Gazer was adjusted. Goblin Tinker was adjusted. Nerfs. Brotherhood Tracker was nerfed. Chain Wraith, Winterborn Guardian, Moonblade Jackal, Morningstar, Morning Fox Cub, Zorian Showguard, Hoglets. As a Canadian, it sounds normal to me. Yeah. Well. Zorian Shoreguard. 20-second cooldown was added for the effect to occur again. Hoglet, healing from the spirit, resolve decreased from these values. Sorry, this should be adjusted. This should not say this should say adjusted because the amount is actually not technically decreased. I'll send this to Unios. Plus resonance damage increased reduced from 40. You know what? I'm not going to read through all of these numbers, guys. I'm going to let you guys go through these, okay? This is what we're going to do. I'm going to hold on each of these pages, and we're going to be posting these pretty soon. We'll probably post these in like as soon as I'm done here, okay? So you guys can read through all these, but I'm not going to read all of these value changes. These are a lot less interesting than the ability ones in terms of like they are more just value changes, not like as big reworks or anything like that. So going on to the next set here, I will hold. You get an opportunity to look through. Yeah, it seems like they just got the values backward on the Hoglet card, I think. And then scrolling down. A few more. All right, bosses. No bosses received a nerf because you guys are too good at the game. So 6 bosses received a buff and 4 bosses received adjustments. We talk about all of the boss changes here. Please feel free to read through them. I hope you enjoyed the patch 1.0.0 notes. We look forward to seeing you all in game January 16th. Meanwhile, join us in the Discord. If you are in here, guys, and there's 1,800 people between Twitch and YouTube now, which is insane. If you guys are in here, please feel free to join our Discord. We have... Jesus, growing a lot every day. We have 35,500 people in there. It feels like just yesterday that we had 25,000 people in there. So that is crazy. Please join the Discord. Lots of people hanging out and chatting in there, talking about the game. Also, wiki. Guys, the official wiki is on our website now on the top bar. You can also find it in our announcements. Lots of the game is discussed here. This wiki is a huge work in progress, guys. We put this together very quick to get the essentials of the game down. With time, we will add so much more. We will clean it up. We will probably have some tutorial videos there. But right now it has like the essence of what you need to know. But we will have way more coming to that soon. Yeah, we'll be giving away 5-year-long patrons right now, possibly 6 if we hit 1,800 viewers. We're giving away 1 for every 300 viewers in here. So, yeah. We will do that at the end of the stream, though. So we'll still be, just to be clear, guys, we'll still be streaming for a hot minute here. I'll probably do, I would say, at least another hour. Usually I do anywhere from like an hour and a half to 2.5 hours. So I would bank on that. So because we'll get to actually doing questions now in a sec. Obviously, over 2K people across all channels. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and to be clear, I'm using the viewership from YouTube and Twitch combined because we use Restream. So we'll obviously use that for the giveaway, not just the Twitch number. However, the Twitch number is like most of our audience. Most of our audience comes from Twitch. I think we probably have like 150 people on the YouTube stream. It's usually not like a ton. On the YouTube stream. Sorry, I just reopened myself. Yeah, it's about 150 people on the YouTube stream. It's usually like about a tenth. Okay, this is what we're going to do, guys. We are going to BRB 1 minute, and then I'm going to do Q&A for a bit. And you guys can ask me all your outrageous questions. And then we're going to do a giveaway after that. So if you guys only care about the giveaway, please come back in a... Actually, I don't want to say that, because if I say come back in an hour and we do it earlier, people are going to be pissed. Then suffer through me answering questions, or mute me until you see marbles come up. But for those of you who are not here for the giveaway and only here for the Q&A, please make sure to tune out when marbles opens. All right, I'm gonna be right back 2 minutes. We're gonna play the trailer while I'm gone, and then we are gonna get into questions. Okay, cool. Give me 1 sec. Be right back. And just like that, we are back. Okay, question time. Time for questions. Let's change. Let's go. There we go. Get back to gameplay footage. Matter, within the world of Ravendawn, there are many more players using magical archetypes than physical ones. You have to nerf mages. That was absolutely not true. The open beta was dominated by physical archetypes and melee players. But we appreciate the subjectivity. We generally don't make our changes based off like a Twitch comment. We will usually go off like much more collective data and yeah, make our changes based on that. How do you feel about playable races, vampires, orcs, dwarves? I mean, I love playable races in games, but there's a reason why most games don't do playable races anymore, because it is an enormous amount of added work, like absolutely enormous. It's not like a 1 week thing. It's not a 1 month thing. It is a massive amount of work to do, because that is a lot of outfits you're gonna have to do. How often do you think there'll be major updates to the game? This is something I talked about a little bit in the last stream last week. This is something that I unfortunately just can't share. The biggest reason why is because I do these live streams because I love connecting with our audience. I think it's something that I wish more game directors would do. And it's something that I feel is very important. However, I understand why some game directors don't do it, or most don't do it, because what happens is one shitty person will clip something either out of context or in context, and you will not uphold exactly what was said, and they will use that against you for the rest of your life. We've already seen it with past live streams where I've answered certain questions, like literally like 4 years ago live streams when the game was in its infancy, and we changed our mind on something, and suddenly they're using 4-year-old clips to attack me, and that's just not fun. And so there's certain things like I would love to share what our schedule is, which is a very frequent schedule. I would say compared to most MMORPGs out there, I think you'll be shocked by how quickly we develop. And most people who have been here for the last year, 2, 3, 4 years have seen that already firsthand, and they talk about it all the time. But I can't give like the specifics we have, even though we kind of do have specifics, because if we miss that by a single hour, people will use that to attack us, and it's just not fun. It's not fair to me, but I'm used to it. I've been on the internet for forever, but it's not fair to the rest of the team, right? It's not fair that I say something that I feel confident behind and what our goal is, and then we miss that by 1% or any amount, and they get attacked for it as well, right? I answered that because I've seen it asked like by like 10 different people already as well, so Will guild houses with rooms be for every member? I'm questioning that because people who don't have gold or opportunity to buy one. So yes, the plan currently is that the forts and strongholds will provide benefits to all your guild members, not just one or anything like that. Yeah. What happens when you die? You receive an experience debt. So instead of actually like losing a level or losing EXP, you essentially get a debt of EXP that you have to earn off by killing creatures, right? So instead of actually losing the EXP, you're just, it's essentially the same thing, but you won't like downgrade levels and stuff like that. And you either have the choice to pay silver to wipe it clean or to just go pay off that debt by killing creatures. With the change in channels, will there be more than one channel, a war mode channel for launch? Yeah, so our goal with the war mode channels is always that they are as population dense as possible. So there's very likely a chance that we open more war mode channels, but this will be based on what we feel like the population is of the war mode channel. But there's like a very good chance that maybe not like in the first couple of days, but definitely like a week in, as we see more and more people wanting to be on the war mode channel, because that's every time with the war mode channel, the first like day, there's like almost nobody on it, and then it continuously gets bigger and bigger, that we add another war mode channel. So Cyclone will now only bounce on the third hit. Correct. Oh, Neos, you can post the patch notes, by the way, if you haven't already. Like you can update the announcement. Just so everybody knows, our announcement message in the Discord, he will just update it with the patch notes link. So you guys can go read through it all again if you want. How many professions are you able to work on at once? Is there a cap? There is no cap. You can work on as many professions at a time as you want. Oh, can you explain the reduced slots in equipment? So I think you're just talking about inventory. So we actually increased the capacity by a lot, but we also reduced the silver cost of unlocking the first tiers. We just wanted to like build that mechanic in a little bit earlier so people understood like, okay, like the first 6 are unlocked for like 1,000 silver. Can you run the game in 2 PCs in the same IP? So like as if like if you have someone else in the same house that wants to play, you can, yes. Obviously, we will not be barring people with a roommate or a relative from playing. But how long does the slow on melee hit last? It lasts like 2 seconds. It's very short. I talked about it before. This actually has a very little impact because there are melee classes do have quite a few slows already. And if it's a larger slow, it'll dwarf the 20% slow. They don't stack. So this is really just like a way to slowly keep on top of people if you don't have a slow up. Yeah, we had it in the game before and it was great. It was really good in the game. We changed it because we wanted to try some other changes, but we found a new route to take. Oh, by the way, I'm 7 minutes behind. I'm scrolling down. I'm way too far behind. The chat's just flying right now. Feel free to ask your question again if it hasn't been answered yet. The prices of reset archetypes is the same on beta or will it be higher? I think it's the same. We had mentioned it in the patch notes if we made a change. Any news on ultra-wide compatibility? What are you asking about on ultra-wide compatibility? Because I have an ultra-wide and like a very, very wide ultra-wide, and it works totally fine for me. If you're getting a little bit of blurring with text, you have to go to like properties, and it's something with DPI that you have to check on, and that'll make it so it doesn't blur. Why you don't like Polish people? I love Polish people. Our lead engineer is Polish. Yeah, maybe there's some Polish people I don't like. Just like there's some English people I don't like. Do you have any plans on growing Ravendawn subreddit? I feel like it's really hard to keep meaningful discussions through Discord chat. A lot of good posts are lost in the sea of constant memes. An active subreddit will help a lot in exposure for the game. So, yeah, we have a subreddit. We've never promoted it. Previously, it was because like we just didn't want to split the community too many ways. But the community back then was way smaller. This was like a decision we made when we had like 2,000 people in Discord. We have a forum on our website. So I would recommend you try the forum. But we kind of still feel the same way. We don't really want to like split the community across Discord, our forums, subreddit, you know, all that. We like the Discord the most because we find it's the most the place that we like to engage the most with our community. That might change. We might start promoting the subreddit more in the near future, but right now we really like promoting our forums and we really like promoting our Discord. But I understand that like Discord's hard for meaningful conversation, but the forum is much better for that. You should check the forum out. It's super active, especially during when the servers are online. So yeah, and we might start doing some like contests on the forums and stuff. I think there's some like fun stuff we could do with that. Neos, make note of that. We should do a couple of forum contests. I like Reddit. I use Reddit quite a bit. I do prefer a forum setup and a Discord, obviously. But I understand they're different. Multi-client, is playing more than one account on the same PC okay as long as it's not simultaneous play? It is not. We just put an official rule on our patch notes today about that. We will not be allowing that. We will have limitations, so you don't think that you'll just accidentally do it. We will have limitations. If someone tries to get around it, it'll be very obvious, and we will ban for that. Am I drinking BioSteel? I am not. I'm drinking Joyburst. This is what I drink pretty much every fucking live stream. It is watermelon Joyburst. I'm a huge fan of watermelon. Love watermelon water. So these are my go-to, but they're pretty much like BioSteels. Very similar idea. No sugar, no calories, electrolytes, that kind of stuff. Same idea. I read that the game has no maximum level, but there's a soft cap at level 75. What does this mean, and what do you gain beyond level 75? So yes, there is a soft cap at level 75. And what do you gain above level 75? So there's a bunch of stuff you gain. You gain skill points, you gain attribute points. However, you also, and this is not in the game yet, it will be in the game before anyone hits 75. I'll say that much. We will have legacy skills being added. Each archetype will have one legacy skill, and levels past level 75 will unlock you legacy skills and making them stronger. So yeah, and these are like really sick skills. We've shown a lot of teasers in the chat. Actually, I could throw a few up in here probably. Couldn't I? There's some in the trailer. The massive like hammer that drops from protection, that is their legacy skill. The massive amounts of meteors that come from the wizard is the wizardry skill. The shadow ability where he jumps to a bunch of targets and hits them all. That's the shadow one. We've actually teased all of them except for the archery one. I apologize. The archery one is programming side. It's like the assets need to be programmed in a certain way to make it look good. That's why we haven't shared it yet. It's not because we hate archery players. But that'll get shared soon. The legacy stuff obviously doesn't need to be in for launch because it is level 76 plus content. But it will be in before you guys hit that. And probably way before you guys hit that. So what kind of anti-cheat or general cheater prevention will Ravendawn be using? Obviously I can't share this, right? I obviously can't share the ways that we are preventing cheaters. I will go over kind of what how we feel about it though, is we feel that you need multiple levels to deal with cheaters. And I think most studios miss one of these levels. You need paid staff that will be involved and deal with cheaters. That is what most big studios don't want because it's a cost, right? We have people that are paid to do this as their job. You also need game mechanics that don't heavily encourage cheating. This obviously can be tricky, right? Pretty much any game can have some mechanics that encourage cheating, but that is another level of it. And the third level of it is some type of defense, automatic detection, stuff like that. Obviously, I can't share on this. One thing I want to share is I really just can't share a ton because it helps people who do plan to cheat, and I'm sure they're all watching. Trying to figure out how I can talk about this. Generally, if someone is cheating, their account will just be permanently deleted. We have a good way to track if they are moving items and if they are doing one thing and not caring if an account gets deleted. We have a good way to do that. All accounts associated will be deleted. Yeah, I can't really talk too much about it, unfortunately, but it's obviously something that's huge on our mind. And we have partnerships around that. Can you tell us the reason for decreasing the minimum number of guild slots? Yeah, we just wanted to move it down to 20 because we didn't, the minimum, sorry. Because we didn't increase the maximum to 100. Yeah, we just felt like it was better progression, moving from 25, slowly upgrading from there, instead of immediately going into all the way up to 50 and then upgrading from there, / cap. Also, regarding guilds, guys, this is a huge thing because a lot of people are going to ask. We do have 100 player cap to guilds right now. However, we will be adding in the ability to alliance with other guilds. Okay, so if you are in a war and you want and that will bring across the same things as being in a guild does, in the sense of not being able to hit them when you guys are in a war. So if you are alliance with another guild, or if you have an alt guild, right, we totally understand that there are going to be guilds that are like, we're going to have more than 100 users, make a second guild. That is totally fine. There's no rules against that, and you will be able to have an alliance with it. There are reasons why we like the 100 guild cap. I'm sure you guys will discover those as you guys play through the game and we add more of the heavy guild versus guild content. Because there are so many goddamn people in here compared to last stream, I talked about it last stream. You can watch the VOD if you want me to talk more about it, but we have a lot of guild versus guild content that, to be clear, does not require you being a guild. You can partake in it if you're not in a guild either. So don't panic if you don't like being in guilds. We have a lot of guild versus guild content that will come soon after release. This is more like later game content, kind of like 50 to 60 content, or it'll be more impactful at like that kind of level range. 50 plus, I should say, not 50 to 60. I should say 50 plus, because it won't change as you get higher level. We do not want this content in the game until a good chunk of the player base is at that point in the game, if that makes sense. Because some of the systems we would not want in the game if there's like only one guild that was like level 50, you know, if that makes sense. So these will come in an early patch, probably a few weeks into launch. Actually, I don't have a set date. I shouldn't even say a few weeks into launch, because someone's going to clip that and complain if it's not 3 weeks in. It'll be an early patch though. Okay, I'm sorry. I am now 9 minutes behind on questions. Scorepix, you're asking the exact same question that's been asked a few times already, and I've answered it twice. If I want to switch channels to play with friends, will I get stuck in queue again? I'm 90% positive that switching channels will not put you in queue again. It'll sit, because there is a 60-second grace period. So if you get like disconnected or something like that, it will. Actually, sorry, changing channels doesn't like force you to reconnect, so it should not. 99% sure on that. Okay, a lot of the same questions, so I'm going to scroll down again. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy XI, myself as well. I recall inquiring about your inspirations quite some time ago. Could you elaborate on how old school MMOs influenced the development in Ravendawn? Oh, that's a huge topic. I really love you asking that question, because I would love to geek out for an hour about that. But that's just such a long question to answer that there's a lot of other questions that are a little quicker. Thank you for asking it, though. I think it's a really cool question, and I would love to geek out about it. Maybe in another live stream when there's like a little bit less people here and a little bit less questions. Because yeah, I would love to talk more about that. But they influenced it heavily. So did modern MMORPGs. But yeah. Depending on zones flooded with multiple people, will the spawn timer decrease based on the amount of people in the current zone? They do, yes. They increase by up to 500% based on how many people are in a zone. In the open beta, we had this, but some zones were a little bit like scuffed, especially like some early level zones, which have now been fixed. So they will have much faster respawns. But as mentioned earlier, guys, we will be restricting the amount of players per channel to be very, very, very low on launch. It'll be a fraction of what it will be probably the day after launch. Just to keep those early zones away from having like 1,000 people trying to kill rats together. We will be restricting that incredibly low, and we will open it up more and close channels like as time goes on. So expect to see a lot more channels on launch, and then but way lower populations, and then expect to see less channels later, but way higher populations. Yeah. The only other game dev I've seen open and interact with the community like this is Mortdog at Riot. I'm curious if it had any influence on your approach. I'm actually not aware who Mortdog is, so I apologize. Yeah, like, I mean, just to answer that more generally, I think it's really good to interact with the community. it's also really hard at times, to be clear. Sometimes it actually just sucks. The more you interact with the community, the more they hold you accountable, or not accountable. That's a bad word. I think everyone holds people accountable, especially if they play the game. I think parasocially accountable. I've had like messages from people when we make a change where they message me and they're like, I lost all respect for you as a human being. And it's like, man, this is my work. I work pretty much every minute I'm awake because I love my work. But in the end of the day, like, if you're like you can respect me for my work, but don't like put it on me as a human being, right? And shit like that gets really weird. I usually just block it instantly now because I like to think that I have a pretty good relationship with a lot of our players, in the sense like I've spoken to them in our Discord for years, and I love that, and that's awesome. But in the end of the day, like, if we make a change you don't like, messages like that are just like not fair to developers, right? In the end of the day, like, we're doing what we think is best, and if you disagree with that, that is totally fine. But you know, that just is what it is. And so sometimes it gets a little bit weird when I get stuff like that. And I share a lot about myself, and sometimes that gets weird because people will use that as well. And also live streams like this almost always bite me in the ass. Our CM team, it's like an ongoing meme, and I apologize to them all the time because people will ask 1,000 questions. I'll answer one question wrong. And then the CM team has to deal with it for the next week because I answered one question incorrectly, and someone just wants to be a complete asshole. So that is why a lot of game directors do not engage directly with the community. And as many of you guys know, for 4 years now, since we've had our Discord, I am pretty much in there every day talking. Every minute I am not on an existing task. If I am eating food, I am messaging in the Discord. If I am in the gym, I am messaging on the entire time in the gym. I'm messaging on Discord. I try to engage a ton, or I'm on or I'm on Reddit, or I mentioned it earlier. I was commenting on a Reddit post yesterday, and someone like got mad at me for it because they're like, this is suspicious that the game director is in this Reddit commenting, which I think is incredibly sad. Things like that have like blackpilled me a bit, I guess, on game development, where it's really sad to see. But I also I've learned with experience over the last 4 years, especially, why game directors usually don't do it, or even developers don't do it. And I'm an avid MMO player, so I always am like, I wish this studio would engage more, but I also get it. And it's because the fans many times ruin it, right? Like, what happens is you get really close with your community. A change comes and they don't like, and they all start spamming you and saying they hate you and all that kind of shit. Where if they didn't even know who you were, you wouldn't have to deal with any of that, right? And it's not part of our job, right? It's not part. I engage with the community because I love doing it. It's not part of my work. I mean, you could argue it is, but most game studios don't do it, so I would argue it's not. Anyways, long rant. Just be nice to game devs, guys. Like, the reason why they don't engage as much as they used to is because they're scared to do it. We have staff in our company that are genuinely scared to talk in the Discord sometimes because they are scared that they will say something and people will start attacking them for random shit they're not even involved in. So be nice to game developers. You won't like everything they do, but the good ones are doing it because they think it's the best for what they're making. Yeah, please trust us in that we want this game to be as successful as many game developers want their games to be successful. So there's a lot that don't really give that much of a shit. I get that. There's a lot of really big studios that have people that really don't give a shit about what they're working on. But we're not a size of studio like that, and that is just not the way things work in our studio. Sorry, going on. How does the game handle spawn claiming and dominados? So anyone who doesn't know, this is very much like a Tibia question. So for any Tibia viewers here, you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. For anyone not, I'll kind of explain it. So there's still a very popular game called Tibia. Incredibly popular for how niche it is and how old it is. Because I think it's like 26, 27 years old. Very old game. Pretty much in maintenance mode for the last 15, 20 years. I think if anything, we've given them a kick in the butt to start doing stuff again. But in that game, it is very popular. for guilds to basically control the game server and literally make them pay real life money to even just be allowed to play. This is completely on how Tibia's design works. You do not see this in most MMORPGs for a reason. This is not a normal problem in MMORPGs. It is very uniquely attributed to Tibia because Tibia has a lot of mechanics that encourage it. One, they have single worlds, right? There are no channels. So if you are on a world, you are always with the same players. You are not able to change channels like in a game like RuneScape or Albion Online. Additionally, there is literally a spell in Tibia that allows you to find where somebody is in the game world. So if there's somebody that you're like, hey, you didn't pay your monthly salary to play the game, I can find you at any time and come kill you. And if you die in that game, you also lose a lot of experience and money. So it is a game that is built to do this. We believe that we have built a game that is not, or we've created a game that is not built to do this. That is a big reason why we have the channel system instead of specific worlds. It is a big part of why we don't have a spell like Exiva in the game. Also, sorry, side tangent. Some asshole in the MMORPG subreddit did a big post about how I don't look old enough to have actually played Tibia. And I'm probably talking about my dad playing Tibia and taking credit. And I typed out like a big response and then he deleted his comment like immediately because I had like 10 downvotes. Anyways, that was funny. I don't actually like, I never post personally on Reddit. I've only done it a little bit on the company account. I've never been someone that likes to comment, but that was hilarious because that was the first time that I was like, oh, this is so Weasley. They just like deleted his comment after getting called out. Cause it was like he was pretty fucking mean. It was nice that he said I look too young. I'm 32. I'm not young. I just have like a very baby face. I'll probably look really young when I'm 50. My dad, when he passed away at 62, like he still looked very young. He did not look like a 62-year-old. So, yeah. And I also grow really shitty facial hair. So that's why I don't grow my facial hair out, which makes people look older. What will be the prime time for guilds to fight over forts B? Will EU players be able to participate? Yeah, great question. So our time for the forts, I'm not going to announce it right now because it could change. And again, I don't like announcing stuff that changes. It is a time zone that will be available for every region. Or virtually every region. Sorry. I mean, there is a 24-hour world clock. So some people in like China might have a harder time playing in them. I apologize. But in terms of like Japan, North America, Brazil, EU, it'll all be during reasonable hours for you. You will not be having to start a fort war at midnight your time, or 4 a.m. your time. So the time we have right now is in the end of the day, it's not like we can't have the same time that's the best for every place in the world, but we feel like it is a time that is very solid, and we are considering doing like 2 splits, but we haven't confirmed on that because there's some logistics to figure out with that, but we've been considering that as well. And again, to be clear, forts guys are that like peak PvP or that peak structured PvP content, and it is one of those things that like you might be like, hey, like I can't play at that time, and there's no way I can ever change my schedule and anything in life to play at that time. Then unfortunately, maybe like you just can't be a part of it. But again, like it is a time that we feel very confident that will work for most people. And there is a reason why it all has to happen at the same time. When we share more about the fort system, you'll totally understand why. But we might figure out a way to do like a split with it, and we'll talk about that more. Want to know more about MOAs? Are we going to be able to unequip from Y after breed? I have no idea what you're asking there. Are we having anything more MOAs than riding, like fighting or racing? Hey, don't spoil new content, okay? New archetypes. I teased a little bit at an archetype last live stream. We will not have new archetypes for a hot minute, but we will in the future. Oh man, my restream chat is literally, it is like destroying messages now. I actually have to scroll down because it's deleting messages. You said there was more people playing melee physical classes on beta. That doesn't necessarily mean they are better or have more diversity. It means players want to play. I totally understand that. I'm not new to that. I'm not new to MMORPGs or how they behave. I totally understand that. That is why I made very clear that is not the only thing that we take into decisions when we do nerfs and buffs. There are haters everywhere. You should just not care. People will never be happy. Oh, no, of course. And like, I've been around the internet for forever. I understand this. I've also been in like a public spotlight, obviously smaller degree than the last month, but I have been in this kind of role for 8 years and even a little bit before that. But with that, like, while it's true, it's still never like fully, it's not as easy as just flicking a switch, right? When you do like a patch notes and you have 30 people DM you saying to kill yourself, it definitely still to some degree hits you, right? Like, you know, your phone goes off and this person that you've had 50 DMs back and forth with is like, oh, you added patron in the game. I hope you off yourself and your dogs die. You know, like shit like that. Because you see their message and you're like, oh shit, I know this guy. Like, I've talked a lot about the game with them. And you open it and you see that and you're like, okay, well, like, you know, like you know, that kind of stuff does impact you to a degree. But I also have pretty thick skin when it comes to that stuff. It really doesn't impact me as much as I think it impacts a lot of people. The reason why when I talk about it is more for my staff and also like other developers, because other developers that aren't used to it, it impacts them a lot, like shockingly a lot for some. And so I just, yeah, I hope like the 1,800 people in here and the people watching on restreams, know that. So and we make mistakes sometimes too. It's not that we're perfect. Okay, we can make mistakes so too. And like, we make mistakes and good developers will change those mistakes, but I assure you that when you are screaming and pouting and stuff, that is not what helps. That's not what we read. That's not what we care about. We just mute people like that, and by that I mean like ghost mute. So we mute them on our end, so we just can't see what they're saying. There are people in the Discord that are just have been unmuted and they're shouting into the void whenever they tag us, because they're just shitty people, and that's fine. But not to the degree that we'd want to remove them from the Discord. They're always like slyly being mean, right? They think they're really smart about it, but they're not. They're stupid, right? They're very transparent in what they're trying to do. They think they're incredibly clever. They're really not though. So we just mute them, and then eventually ban them if it gets like really bad. But yes, after a certain amount of time, you can take someone else's Aether Stone. This is intended. If someone doesn't engage with their Aether Stone for a certain amount of time, you can go use their Aether Stone. Okay. Lots of people talking about balance stuff, saying we're wrong, which is fine. Lots of people saying we're right, which is also fine. You're saying it's bannable to have two accounts playing both at different times. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it is bannable to be playing on multiple accounts at the same time. So for example, following another character around, sharing experience, that is bannable. Drop doesn't do anything, guys, just so you guys know. No commands do anything right now. I will tell you when you can use your commands. Holy shit, time is flying. It's almost been 2 hours already. Can you let us know if you added hotkey changing, like the possibility to track with Starheart? We don't have it right now. We will have it in the future. It is on our roadmap. We have a lot on our roadmap though. We have like, guys, we have like literally years of stuff we want to do. Okay. I think this is what happens when you're really excited about a certain title. And I have to tell my game design team all the time to shut up because they keep coming up with cool ideas that I want to do, but we can't do right now. So, yeah. The boyish looks. Yeah. Here is Niter's father. Never. Yeah, my dad never played Tibia. I did play a lot of Tibia though. It was such a funny comment because I was like, why would I go through this elaborate ruse to talk about playing a game that is like 25 years old? Like, what is the benefit of that? Why would I not do like a more relevant game or something? And to be clear, I've played like every MMORPG a lot. Tibia was the one I probably played the most of though. Or World of Warcraft. But yeah. Or Final Fantasy 11. Or Arcade. No, Arcade was less for sure. Because Arcade I went harder in. but it wasn't really around as long, like relevantly around as long. I would, yeah. Is there an EXE drop off if you want to party with 5 people? I'm not really sure what your question is there. 32 is Nighter's industry age. Yeah. Listen, my staff all the time tell me I'm old, okay? So I'm not allowed to on one side get told that by my staff that are younger than me, and then also go on Reddit and be called too young. Okay, this isn't fair. Q&A, what is your skincare routine? Not much. Just lucky genetics. And to be clear, guys, I'm 90% joking. Many would just say I look 32. It's not. It was just a funny Reddit comment. People keep asking the same question. Is there plans to develop new archetypes? Yes, guys, absolutely. We built the archetype system with the intent to add more archetypes in the future. Don't be like waiting for a new archetype to drop though, because they're not going to be coming in the next like month. But we will have new archetypes dropping. Absolutely. Is there a maximum number of Raven cards a player can have at a time? There's no maximum. There's a maximum number you can have equipped, though. Each ability you have active can have 1 Raven card equipped. The last patch notes include trading between players is only unlocked once both players involved have reached 2,000 reputation points. This looks like an anti-bots or or soft anti-RMT measure. This is, by the way, you're very like specific with your like wording with like soft anti-RMT measure. I actually appreciate that. That's very refreshing. Is this preemptive, or do you guys have any indication of such shady things being arranged already? So first part of the question, this is preemptive. But second part is also true. We use a certain software that tracks when we're talked about on the internet. Why am I saying it like it's a secret? Mentions. Most people know what mentions is. And that is not the only way, obviously. We also get shared stuff all the time. But we have seen hundreds of gold selling websites, forums, users already preparing to sell silver on Ravendawn. We understand that this comes with an MMORPG. There are a lot of things you can do to slow it down and to deal with it. It's something that I talked a lot about in the last live stream. I talked for like 20 minutes about it because there are a lot of things you can do as developers. I think you put them in kind of one at a time, though. I think you have your base stuff that you think is important, and your ways of tracking it. But it is a huge problem, and it is a compliment and also it is a blessing and a curse that we are already on the radar of pretty much every gold selling site in the world and all these different, third-party forums and stuff like that, because it means that we're popular enough, right? Clearly there's a huge interest in the game. It also sucks though, right? Because that is something that happens. And unfortunately while there are a lot of measures you can do that we are taking and that we will actively do. The best measure is what most MMORPGs nowadays do, which is Tibia coins, WoW tokens, Guild Wars 2 diamonds, RuneScape memberships. That is essentially the most effective way to deal with RMT. That is not something that we plan to do currently, but it's something that we have talked a lot about with the community. We talked about it for like 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes in the last live stream in huge detail. This is one of the measures we are putting in right now because it does, I can't share too much about that, why that's effective, but it's more effective than what most people think, which is just, it just means they have to get 2,000 reputation points. There's actually a lot deeper reasons why it's incredibly effective that I don't want to share in a live stream, where there's definitely gold selling sites listening, definitely cheaters that are listening, or would listen at some point from the VOD or whatever. There are reasons deeper on why that is very effective at catching them. But yes. I'm gonna scroll down again, jumping down. Who gets credit on a mob? Oh my God, this wasn't added in the patch notes. Neos, we have to add this. People are gonna go crazy. We have changed it. So now it is not just the first tag or the last hit or most damage for a mob tag. It will now be based on who damages it in the last 3 seconds that the mob is alive. So that will help a lot with early game questing, guys. You will not be required to snipe that last hit or do the most damage, which sucks for healers and tanks, or get in the first tag, which sucks for certain classes that don't have like quick abilities, or get that last hit snipe that feels shitty. It will now be multiple seconds that if you are involved in attacking, you will get credit. Not for Rangers Company. This is for this is for questing though, because that is where it is the most frustrating. So, oh, and also healers, you will not have to damage. It'll be if you are in a party and you contribute within those few seconds and you are close enough, you will also get credit. So you can celebrate healers. Niter, in Tibia, have you ever brought... Sorry, I love these like old school questions. Have you ever brought with you a worse backup pair of legs piece to give to a PK so they leave you alone? I've never done that. I will say when I played Tibia, I was very fortunate. I was, me and my friends, more so a couple of my friends, they were, or one of my friends specifically, my closest friend since I'm like 5, he was much higher level than me because he didn't have vocation ADHD. I played every vocation like for a week and would keep going back and forth between them. So all my characters like the same level and whatever, like average level. But he was very high level and we were fortunate enough to be friends with most of the high levels on the server. So we really didn't get messed with much. So I never had to deal with that. However, I do know all of the other tricks. Oh God, I'm forgetting the name of the legs, but not plate legs, obviously. That one I will never forget. I think it was just copper legs, correct? Brass legs, there we go. I remember obviously like the trick of switching those two, switching bright sword and short sword, Jesus. Like all of those things. I remember all the crap. I went through all of it. I got scammed by all of it. The peak of Tibia, though, was Liberty Bay and pot trapping people at Toads that were botting. That was the peak of Tibia. How many hours do you think a player will need to get to the final content? So yeah, we've developed Ravendawn in a way that we do not want it to be just about getting straight to the end of the game. Obviously, most MMORPG developers will say this, but ask any player, and that really is how the game is built from the ground up. There is no, like, you know, it is not racing to 75, and it will not be a quick experience. It'll feel much more like getting to 60 in classic WoW. It'll be an experience, and it will not end there. But as you progress through the game, more and more content is unlocked. We've kind of shared this for a while, but we feel like the game really gets interesting at about 40 to 50. That's when you have enough skill points to make interesting builds. You have enough Raven cards to try cool stuff. Your land is starting to pop off. You know, your ship is starting to pop off. That's when we feel like the game really starts coming together. So those levels are much quicker. You'll get 1 to 40, 1 to 50 a lot quicker. It'll slow down a ton once you get to 50s, 60s, and especially 70s. It will slow down a lot, and that is intentional. Can we pay in crypto? Yes, we do have crypto checkout options on the website. There should be like Coinbase and I think maybe a couple other ways. Scrolling down. Will Ravendawn be in Amazon Prime Gaming? Not planning on it. Is there any way to put the game on Steam? I talked about that at the very start of the stream. Please take a look or watch the VOD. Sorry, it's not a quick thing. It's a couple minute answer. Will there be more contents in the game or expansions in the near future? It depends what you mean by near. If you mean by near in like the next 2 weeks, no. If you mean near as in like... No, I can't say. Yes, there definitely will be. We already have plans for... I don't want a spoiler. We already have plans for what's next. Sorry, I'm scrolling down because there's a lot of like repeat questions that I answered already, but I'm trying not to like jump to the very end. When marbles? Soon. I am gassing myself out. So soon, but I'm enjoying answering questions. I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys. Still, somehow, over 1,700 people here. It's very flattering, guys, and also like insane that you guys are here just to listen to me rant and talk about the game and stuff like that. That's crazy, and it means a lot to us. Yeah, just insane, guys. It's yeah. I don't have more words to express it. It's effective to guarantee money for the developers. Yeah, I talked a lot about this in the last stream. I'm happy to talk more about it on like why developers do Tibia coins, WoW tokens, Rune membership, Guild Wars 2 diamonds, ESO, like literally every MMO does it. Albion Gold, like why they all do it. We can chat about that maybe at the end here, because some people heard me talk about it already in the last live stream, and it's like a pretty big topic. But it is not as cut and dry as most people think. Yeah, because there are reasons that games that are inherently like not pay to win added in, right? That where they could just add like a loot box. You know what I mean? That would do way better. But yeah, you def sound weird saying tag. No, I know Canadians say a lot of words weird. Do I say okay? About, and boat. Do I say those weird? Because apparently that's like the most obvious Canadian weird pronunciations. Just heard about Ravendawn recently. Want to know if there are any plans on different platforms like console. Welcome, first of all. We don't have plans to go to console right now. We definitely have plans for mobile, and you can play on like Steam Deck and stuff like that. There is it's not native, but it's not very hard to add it on there. A lot of players have added it on Steam Deck. Can we sell trade someday Ravencons on the marketplace? Very unlikely. There are many reasons for that, but very unlikely. But I should say maybe. I say unlikely. I shouldn't say very unlikely. We don't plan on it, and right now we don't want to. So it's not only we don't even plan on it, we also just don't like it. But that could change. Is there enough lands to be rented out to everybody? Absolutely not. There are about 4,000 pieces of land in the game right now. There will be more that comes with other content, likely. However, to be clear, guys, obviously 4,000 is not enough for how big this community is now. It was not even big enough on the open beta. However, there is community land in the game. It is instance land that everyone can get. So if you do not get land, you will still have community land. It is not as good as traditional land. Our goal is to make it about 80% as good as traditional land. The reason why is because we do want open world land to be better. We want that for obvious reasons. But we also want to make sure that if you don't have open world land, you're not like, oh, well, now I can't do any of this, right? Which is the case in some games, right? With that, right now, community land does not have support for houses, but we are going to work very hard to add that in as soon as possible. And honestly, by the time we add it, is probably when all the land is gone. And if you are in here thinking like, oh my God, 4,000 plots of land, they're all going to be gone on launch, keep in mind that they are level bracketed as well. So don't panic that if you can't play the first hour, the land's going to be gone. It takes a while to get some of the land. It's not going to be, people aren't going to be able to claim it for at least like 2 months. So don't have a huge panic about that. Community land is there in the game for a reason, and we will continue to make it more efficient and better. Any plans on making party invite with a click instead of typing the name? Yes, that is something that will not, I don't think, be in for launch. I don't think we're able to get it done. It's a quality of life thing, so we put it on the back burner. But it is, the UI is ready, prepared for it. So it'll be like a nice one click from the friends list. There is game-wide announcement system, yes. Same, I just learned about the game. Welcome, nice to have you here. Oh my God, Deso. The leg thing. I'm actually almost convinced those back legs were just a funny urban leg. No, sorry. That is absolutely fucking true. I don't know how I completely like drew a blank. That is absolutely true that many people would carry like plate legs if they had like crown legs and shit because like it was so common that if you were getting killed, you would give them something or whatever to make them stop. And many times people would ask for legs because the leg equivalent was always more expensive. Like crown legs was always more expensive than crown armor. Knight legs were always more expensive than knight armor. It was very weird. It was just how the rarity system worked. And it was, so usually people would say like, give me your legs. And so it was very common because if you gave them plate legs, they would be like, oh shit, well, it doesn't really have anything that good. So why would I waste a frag killing him? Sorry, that is absolutely a thing. I just completely didn't like connect the dots. I mean, it's been so long now. Is it easy to earn silver? 8,000 silver per week for LAN is a lot. It's not that much. It really is not that much. That's like running less than a trade pack. It is not, it'll be a lot like the first early levels, but it's not a huge amount later. Are you planning to be more WoW-like or Tibia-like? Expansions connected with level extensions or unlimited grind? BDO is the best, the closest comparable. Obviously, we won't be exactly like BDO. We will do a lot of things different, but they are probably the closest comparable to our system. Closer than WoW or Tibia would be. Are we having a super difficult area that will require top tier max equipment? Find out. Sounds like you got to find out. But yes, content gets significantly harder as you progress through the game. 1 to 20 content is very consciously easy. Okay, it is meant to teach players the game mechanics and teach players the game. But later content gets much more punishing and very punishing. When flying mounts, honestly, hopefully never. As long as I'm still the game director, hopefully never. I mean, there's like you could do flying transport. I think that's cool. I don't like flying mounts though. Still scrolling. Sorry, duplicate questions. Sorry, lots of duplicate questions because I'm so far behind. I'm scrolling forward though. When can you get married in the game and if so any benefits? We will likely add that. We probably won't do benefits though for it. Maybe a cosmetic benefit, but probably not because yeah, obviously that's weird because then people are just like, okay, I need to find someone to get married to in the game. But it's a cool thing for people that want to. Can you invite players into your house? Yes, you can. Oh, sorry, you're answering somebody for me. Appreciate that. How many players are you guys expecting for release, and are you confident the server is going to hold it? I don't talk about expected players because this is something that is just impossible. We never expected the amount of players we had in open beta. We had way more than expected. I don't like setting up those expectations because I feel like you're either wildly inaccurate but excited. So you're either wildly inaccurate putting a number that you beat, or you have a really aggressive expectation that you don't hit. I don't like putting those numbers. We are expecting way more than we were a month ago, than we were 6 months ago, than we were a week ago, because obviously the community has grown incredibly fast recently. And like just the amount of press coverage we've got and stuff is insane. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. The second part of that question, are you guys confident the server is going to hold it? I mean, at the end of the day, like we're quite confident the servers will be like stable. If like, I mean, that's a very big concern in MMORPGs. We've done so many like stress tests and stuff, as you guys have been a part of, and we've never had issues, knock on wood. I mean, we've had issues in other ways, but never like that. Huge knock on wood. Oh my God, please. I'm not jinxing it. But if we do, like, rest assured, we will be working really hard to fix any issues that come up. But if you mean in terms of holding it, like, will we have enough servers? I mean, that's so hard to say, right? We've set up more servers than we think we need. We've purchased more servers than we think we need. So we like put our money where our mouth is to make sure we have enough. But it's so hard to say. You know, the dream is that we don't have even enough to what we hoped we didn't need, or yeah, or whatever. That's just like so many people. But yeah. Been watching since 4 a.m. Aussie time. Appreciate that. That means a lot, man. Launch Ravendawn today. Still scrolling, lots of duplicates. Will there be new outfits that we're not seeing on release? Yes, absolutely. Two-handed sword outfit, two-handed hammer outfit, and multiple different dual-wield outfits. So like dual-wield swords, dual-wield clubs, dual-wield axes. Those are heavily in the late stages of development or work. They will come. They will not be there on release. For release, like we're not trying to jam things in last second. We did until yesterday, but now we are just going through QA, making sure things look good, and anything that has to kind of get fixed and in. But we're not going to like put in a new outfit at this point. But they will come in the future. Just so you guys know. So will new weapon types. Houses are shareable, yes, but you do not share the benefit of like rooms and stuff like that. You will want your own house, and no, you will not share the benefit of trophies and stuff like that. Has the aggro system been adjusted? No, but we do have plans to improve the aggro system in the future. But right now, that has not been a huge focus. As a Canadian, I see nothing wrong. Okay, some people are asking like hyper specific questions about like certain skills and how they work and stuff. I'm not going to answer all of those. How will you upgrade guild capacity? Just on the guild panel, just with silver. Super simple. Still scrolling, still scrolling, still scrolling. Is there WASD movement? Yes, there is WASD movement and mouse movement and arrow key movement if you prefer. Yeah, you can access your land on every channel, guys. Just so you know. Yeah, good news. Oh my god, I have so many DMs on Discord. Jesus. Any plans to add black bars for ultra wide monitors? Maybe. Maybe. Will there be events initiated by GMs? Probably not. I think that can lead to weird situations. We will have seasonal events though. We love doing seasonal events. Anyone who did our Christmas event, we love doing that kind of stuff. So we definitely will have that. Can land be resold to other players? Currently, we don't have like a system in the game to do it. You can obviously do it yourself. We will probably add something like that in the future, though. There's no full loop loot PvP like in Tibio. So what would be the incentive to kill another player? Go to our wiki and read about the trade pack system. You can find our wiki on our website. And there's a quick breakdown on how the trade pack system works. That is the incentive to killing players. If I buy the same land on channel 1 and move to channel 2 and someone bought on channel 2, no. So yeah, land is shared across all channels. So your land is available on any channel you're on. You don't have to go to a specific channel. Will changing channels get you into a queue again? It should not, no. It should not get you in a queue again. Please tell us how you and the whole team is feeling about launch. I mean, a massive combination of stress and excitement. You know, 7 years working on this game. The excitement is through the roof. This is like the, you know, this is what you live for and why you do your work. Stress through the roof because this is also what you live for and why you do your work. That makes sense. Is the first quest killing rats homage to Tibia? It is indeed. We have a lot of like homages or what have you throughout the game. you'll to different MMOs and different games and different pieces of literature. Yeah, we have this throughout the game. Kind of, yeah, pay respects, I guess, right? And like I've always said, guys, as much as I like disagree with a lot of stuff Kipstock has done, I've always said like it was a huge part of my life, a huge part of my nostalgia. It inspired a huge chunk of Ravendawn. Or I shouldn't say a huge chunk, because it's actually not that much compared to what other games have inspired it. But it did inspire our perspective, right? So, I'll always pay respects to them for what they've done, whether or not I agree or disagree with the way that they run their game. And I will say, like the last month and the last bit, they've been starting to do some things, which I think it's because they're recognizing that they might have some serious competition now. Scrolling. You will not be able to advance pay rent, but you will not lose your land if you miss 1 week of rent. I believe it's like 3 weeks right now. So you almost have to be not paying it for like, yeah. As someone who's never played Tibia or Ravendawn, what is the general process of leveling for new players? Tibia leveling is nothing like the way that we have leveling. The other one, obviously, Ravendawn, is how we have leveling. It's much more like a traditional MMORPG. It will not be like super polarizing for you. Are we going to lose experience after death? You do. Well, you don't lose experience. You get experience debt. Are we going to be able to search players, house owners, amount of players, and stuff like that? We might add support for that in the future, just not on our current stuff that we're doing. Oh my god, so many, yeah, lots of similar questions. What chair do you use? That's it is a Herman Miller Aeron. I thought it was Aeon for some reason. No, that's an MMO. That is the chair I have, and I absolutely love it. I've had it for like 5 years now, and I think it's an amazing chair. It's not as comfy as some chairs, but it will make sure that you don't get back problems. And there was when I was like working like 16, 18 hours a day, and in a shitty gamer chair, I was getting really bad back issues, and I never had them my entire life. It was so weird, so confusing. I changed chairs, and within a week they were all gone. I haven't had a single issue since. So yeah, I swear by them. And you don't need this one, right? There's much cheaper models that are also really good, and you also can get this chair. If you want a pro tip, if you want like a good desk and a good chair, go look for offices that are closing in your city. Because like if you live in a big enough city, there's an office closing like every week, and they will sell their furniture for dirt cheap. And a lot of them have chairs like this. And so you can get like a very expensive chair for like $100. So that is I've said that to my staff too. I'm like, go find an office that's closing. You'll get an insane desk and a really good chair for really cheap. Assuming it's a decent office. Like if it's an accounting or a legal office, those are the places to target. Those are the good ones. Please ensure you have DDoS protection. Of course we do. That is why we are with OVH. And that is a big reason why hosting in South America is really hard, guys. Because OVH is not in South America. But we are not new to experiencing DDoS. Not our first rodeo. What will be the cost to create a guild? The initial cost to create a guild is 100,000 silver. So hyped. Won't be surprised if release numbers are triple the last beta on launch week. Media coverage picking up. It always happens. Oh my god, I can tell you it'll be way more than triple the beta numbers. I can tell you that much. Yeah, it'll be a lot more than that. And the beta was crazy too. So can you purchase premium silver via premium currency via silver? You cannot right now. Again, this gets asked 100 times a day. I'm sorry, I don't have more to answer on that. I might talk about it more a little bit later. I know this is like a super common question. Biggest reason is I know some places are sanctioned and can't do online purchases with us. And also I understand that some places there's no payment processing. I know Poland right now, you guys are having a hard time. We are trying to add P24. I don't know how to say the actual name, so I'm just saying P24. We are trying really hard to add it. We have emailed so many times back and forth with them. They are impossible to work with. We work with a lot of payment processors. They are a goddamn nightmare. And we are trying so hard to get them added for our Polish players, which are a lot. Obviously, some Polish people, you can use like PayPal and Stripe and stuff like that. But I know for a lot of you, you really want P24. We understand that. So we know it's a huge question. Like, would you, like, if we can't offer it for your region, will you be able to get it with silver? Right now, not. This is something that maybe we'll talk about later in the stream. Yeah. Is there any achievement system? We plan to have one in the future as well, yes. Hope you guys the best. The game looks amazing. Thank you so much. How will you handle the unfortunate but inevitable bug abuse, especially following new updates? Will you take a rollback approach or targeted fix for the accounts? I mean, so one thing I'll say is we will take an approach. I say this because there are a lot of MMORPGs that do not take any approach. So if they have like a huge abuse happen, they just let it go and they just don't care and they don't deal with it because it is a lot of work to deal with. We will deal with it. I assure you of that. And I would rather people be pissed for a day that we had to do a 30-minute rollback than the entire economy get ruined forever. And that happens in a lot of MMOs because they don't do anything. Targeted fix is obviously always preferred. If it is small and acute enough and we're able to do that, awesome. That will obviously always be the approach, but maybe there's a chance that a rollback is needed. Obviously, this is your biggest fear as a developer, is that you have to do a rollback. We hope this is never the case. And if we do, we hope it is a very small rollback. But again, these are things that you hope is never the case. But what I feel is very important is that a developer does take an approach. As much as people get upset, I hope they would understand why that 30 minutes of their time or an hour of their time is worth the integrity of the game. 4,000 plots available. Does that include small, medium, large? It does include small, medium, large. So there's not 4,000 of each. How do you join a guild? Oh, I should mention this. We made a really cool guild like forum recruiting thing in the Discord. You can scroll down in the community section and there's like a guild section. You can join. You can look for guilds to join or post about your guild in there. There are already like dozens of guilds in there. I just wanted to announce that because there's like so many people in here. If you are looking for a guild of experienced players or just people that love the game, feel free to go in there. You can just like apply to them by messaging in their chats. I know a handful of some of the big guild leaders and they are like so goddamn helpful and so passionate about Ravendawn. So I'm sure they will be super excited to help somebody new. Some of them are probably full and maybe aren't even taking people, but there are a lot of guilds in there. And if you want to start a guild, post in there, bring some people in, be a leader. This is your call to arms. When can we buy hoodies with Ravendawn on it? I know merch has been asked a lot lately, especially after people saw like content creator mouse pads and stuff. What about a battle pass? This is what happens when I talk way too long, too much, start slurring all my words. It's the watermelon water. I'm pretty sure this is like 20% alcohol or something. What about battle pass type things? Unlock cosmetics. I don't like battle passes very much. We might add one in the future. We might do something like that. I just generally don't like them for a multitude of reasons. But maybe we do. I don't know. It's not something that we plan to do. Yeah. Can you please explain infusions to us? It is taught to you very early in the game. Most people who've played understand how it works. So I'm not going to like do a tutorial here. However, you mentioned that it's not really on the wiki. There's not a lot of information about it. So wiki team, I'm sure you guys are watching. If you guys can add maybe better information about how to infuse, that would be awesome. Niter, any archetypes you wish you could have added before release that just wasn't possible? Of course. I won't say which ones those are though, because those are going to be the first archetypes to be added. So that might have been the most clever way of you trying to get me to leak, but I'm on to you. There are videos on YouTube that explains. Yeah, there's also videos. Also, people come in and say like, oh, all the videos I can find are like in Portuguese or Polish. By the way, a really good tutorial video just got posted in Polish like a day or two ago. I don't remember the channel, but a really solid video. There are lots of English videos that explain all these things. They're just lower view count because our English community is like just growing now. So it might be a little bit harder to find. That's all. But I've come across many that are like, I watch them, I'm like, holy shit, like this guy, like this is a perfect breakdown. Sorry, my nose is a bit stuffed, guys. Sipsoft is probably the correct way to say it, Mr. Robinson. I say Kipsoft. I'm pretty much positive you're saying it the right way. I've always said it that way, and I've heard other people say it, or I've heard people say it both ways. Everyone that I grew up with, we all said Kipsoft. Maybe it's because Canadian. I don't know. But so that's just like a habit for me. I'm pretty sure it is Sipsoft though. I'm pretty sure that's the correct way to say it. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down a ton again. Hold on. How you guys solve the problem of low price of equipment on market? We're so close to launch. Spoiler. Read the patch notes. It's in the patch notes. Will there anything be sold for currency at launch, like skins or any quality of life improvements? There are a few different things that you will be able to get in the shop. We've talked about them in the past live streams, but it's quality of life, name change, gender change. Yeah. Please a big no for battle pass system. Yeah, typically I don't like battle pass systems. I've always said, guys, monetization is most developers who are passionate about their game hate all monetization. All of it they hate. Doesn't matter what it is. We hate all of it. Funny enough, the monetization that I hate the most is actually cosmetics. I understand a lot of people like it. I hate cosmetic monetization so much. It is my least favorite. I would rather play a heavy pay to win game like frickin' Arcade than one that sells skins for everything. That is just me. But I also understand that everybody has different preferred monetizations. I just want to like share that developers that are passionate about their game hate all monetization and don't want to do any of it. The reality is you have to monetize your game. Game development is not free. MMORPG development is incredibly goddamn expensive. It is so much more expensive. You can understand how molding it is to see games that I love, like Madden and FIFA, where they release a sticker price of the game, many times now have some sub battle pass bullcrap, and also do insanely predatory microtransactions. You can understand my feeling about this. And it's a game they release every year. Like, it's insane. Or even just MMOs that monetize like 9 different levels. I've always said like, anyways, this is a huge rant. Monetizing sucks. We hate doing it. We hate adding monetization. Don't think we're doing it because we're so freaking excited about monetizing shit. I'm sure Blizzard is so excited about their new monetization because they have people that is their full-time job. We are not excited about it. We are not ever excited about new things we have to monetize, but we have to do it because our goal is not only to make an amazing game for release, but to make an amazing game for years and decades to come. And the truth of the matter is most MMORPGs that die, it is actually not because of their monetization. It is usually because the game just sucks. And then they have really shitty monetization. Look at how many amazing games monetize a lot of shit. BDO, Albion Online, World of Warcraft, most big MMOs monetize a lot, but the game itself is really good and the team is really passionate behind it and works really hard on it. Or Genshin Impact, right? Like there's a million examples of this. If the game is good and the team works hard on it and improves it, I would much rather that than a game that doesn't know how to monetize properly, is too scared to monetize properly because the community is going to cry and they just disappear because they have no fucking money. They fire 90% of their developers and they can't work on the game anymore. I would rather us have a team that we are here for years, decades to come and growing and making more content and making the game better and better because we can effectively monetize. So anyways, incoming out of context clip in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, seriously. They're going to take like 6 seconds of that. Yeah, it literally happened. And one time it happened, there was like hundreds of people believing it and like complaining. And I was like, oh my God, I don't even know how to like, I don't even know how to respond other than saying like, go watch the whole thing, which none of them will do. Because monetization always comes from the biz people and devs fight over it. Exactly. I think there are examples of studios that monetize in a way that works for them, like Albion Online, that is very dev focused, right? Obviously, like you can exchange gold for silver in Albion Online. They have a membership, which, to be clear, their membership is pretty crazy. Like 50% more experience is pretty crazy. And then also they have like cosmetics and all this stuff. But in the end of the day, like it is very clearly coming from the devs who believe in that model, and they work very hard on Albion. Albion has grown for years. When that game first came out, it was not that big, and it is still growing. BDO just won fan voted MMORPG of the year, and they, like, in the end of the day, a good game is a good game. And yeah. Lots of repeat questions. Sorry, tons of repeat questions still going. What about earning cosmetics? Yes, there are. Every single player outfit cosmetic in the game is obtained in game, and we have no plans to ever change that. Some of my best memories of gaming in my entire life was Tibia when they came out with the add-on system. That was the most fun I ever had, was trying to find these insanely rare cosmetics. We took a lot of inspiration from that, and all of the cosmetics in Ravendawn that are for outfits are only obtained through in-game gameplay, and we plan to keep it that way. So if you want to walk around town looking like a complete badass, make sure you find those hyper rare cosmetic items. Monetization is a necessary evil. Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, if someone brings their car to you to fix it and you love working on cars, you would love to just fix it for free. But if you do this 16 hours of your day, you have to say, hey, can you pay me some money this time? Like, it's just the reality of it, right? Even, it doesn't matter how much you love something, you still have to be able to pay for shelter over your head, still have to be able to put food on the table. You know, my staff have themselves to think about, family to think about. Some of them have kids, right? Like I can't put them out to dry because I'm too scared to monetize something, right? That's not fair to them. Again, we are not a public company. We do not have investors or shareholders behind Ravendawn. I have no one to make happy. So we have no reason to do what World of Warcraft does, where we min-max the shit out of monetization to make people happy. We do not have to do that. But we do have to keep this studio effective and ideally growing, right? Sorry, that's such a boring topic for most people in here, but one that I'm very passionate about, and one that gets me the most upset about the MMORPG communities in general. And that's why that is my biggest gripe with /r/MMORPG. Everyone acts like goddamn spoiled brats in there. It is so frustrating sometimes to read the shit people say about a studio monetizing, like monetizing the smallest thing, like, oh, they're all greedy pigs, and it's like, dog, a lot of those developers are probably just making enough to do what they really love to do, which is make video games. They are not these greedy pigs living in their mansions with 6 cars. It's just not the case. Sorry, scrolling down. Could do a monthly free battle pass system though. Yeah, so essentially a daily login reward. I know a lot of games do that. I'm not sure if I like it or hate it. I think it's probably a mix of both. Is there any extremely rare one-of-a-kind type items? One-of-a-kind isn't like there's only one ever obtainable. Not currently, but there are a lot of extremely rare items, like items that you will not see very frequently, and they are used for some of the like really high-tier outfit cosmetics. That like if you are like, I only want this cosmetic, like this highest tier from this outfit, you're gonna be working for it. You're not just gonna get it handed to you. Is the house building system instanced or open world? It is open world. Does the game still have physical or magical damage distinction? Yes, but there are more and more things like weapons and stuff like that that are now adaptive damage, so you can have either. Okay. I am getting gassed, guys. 2.5 hours of just like spam reading and answering questions. I am probably gonna I think if there's anything I still didn't go over. Well, we always have the giveaway. Don't worry. Marbles is happening. Don't worry, guys. Few things to mention, guys. Oh God, this feels weird to ask. Hold on. One sec. Okay, this feels very weird to ask. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a quick story. We made a mistake. Okay, we accidentally added Ravendawn Online as a business on Google reviews. Okay, and funny enough, it is impossible to remove your business from Google reviews unless you say you're out of business. So we cannot remove ourselves. This was a mistake. Okay, we did not intend to list ourselves as a business because it's weird. Like there's no benefit to that. We thought that this was like adding ourselves onto this other list. It's weird. It's stupid. It was a mistake. And even calling them, they will not remove your business, which is so dumb. And obviously we don't want to mark it as closed because that's also dumb. So because recipe of circumstances, if you guys went and left us a positive Google review and 5 stars, that would actually be really, really cool. Because we don't want to be on it, but now that we're on it, we might as well ask for some good reviews. So if you guys wouldn't mind, that'd mean a lot to us. Just go leave, talk about how cool Neos is and how much you guys like his yacht, and leave a review. That'd be really cool. To do it, guys, I don't know if there's like a link. I'm an idiot with like the Google business thing because we just never had one. Guys, Ticket doesn't do anything. Neither does Trickit. God, someone's actually trolling. I think if you just Google Ravendawn Online, it'll come up as like like on the side panel or something, and you can review that way. That'd be like really cool, guys. Let's get those. Let's juice those reviews up. You know, in the end of the day, most of you guys probably don't even know that we're listed on a Google business because it's very weird. But since we're there, we might as well do it. Again, I don't really know if it like helps us in any way, but since we're here and there's 1,800 of you guys, I expect at least 1,800 good reviews. No, I'm kidding. But honestly, if any of you guys like us enough, trust our product enough, play the open beta, whatever, it would mean a lot to us. And that goes into one other thing too. Guys, our engagement on the last trailer was insane. It broke every record within like an hour. The comments, the likes, everything. We had like 14,000 views overnight. I know like Co-Carnage watched our trailer on his stream, which is crazy cool. And I'm sure that attributed to a lot of the views. And I know a lot of places just picked us up. But guys, like engaging and liking stuff actually helps us so much. It makes us go, it really helps us like kind of go viral or something viral. So doing that actually helps so much, and you guys barely know how much it really helps. And so I really appreciate you guys always taking that like 20 seconds to type something, to give a like, stuff like that. It actually means so much to us, guys. So thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that a ton. Removing yourself from the name of the party list. Yeah, we will look at that as well. Yeah, to be clear, the open beta, guys, was a full wipe. This is a fresh start. It's done. 5 stars, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Holy shit, we got like 30 reviews in literally like like a minute. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Again, it just means a lot to us and helps us out. Cool. So that is check. One more thing, patron packs, guys. I don't know if we shared the date they're gone yet. They are going to be removed on the 15th. Okay. So, sorry, not patron packs. Jesus. Supporter packs. Did I say patron or supporter? Supporter packs are going to be gone on the 15th. Actually, so will the patron packs, but those will be available in game once we launch. But supporter packs will be removed, guys, on the 15th. So if you guys are wanting a supporter pack. If you guys are wanting those cosmetics, if you guys are wanting to reserve your name, there are still a lot of names available. If you guys are wanting to reserve your name, you guys are wanting to get that supporter pack, that diamond name in the Discord, the coveted diamond name, or you just want to support us, please go get your pack, cosmetic packs, stuff like that. Yeah, helps a ton. Thank you guys. They will be removed in 2 days, so make sure you get that. And we will not be... we had so many people DM us about the Christmas things, like, oh my god, I missed it by a day. Like, I'm sorry, like, once they're gone, they're gone. We're not re-adding them. We're not doing any of that crap that like Fortnite does. Once they're gone, they're gone. So if you guys are wanting to support it back, make sure you get it before the 15th. Otherwise, don't come crying to us. Okay. Yeah, actually, please leave good Google reviews, because we are going to change it to a restaurant business here in my town. And so it'll be perfect because we'll already have a bunch of good Google reviews. Man, we're at 60 now. This is insane, guys. Thank you so much. That means, like, actually means the world to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay. What we're going to do is, there has been a lot of people asking in the Discord and during this Twitch stream about being able to like get Patreon and stuff for silver. I'm going to talk about that after Marbles, because this is going to be like 10+ minute discussion, and some people maybe just don't give a shit. Some people are going to care a lot. By the way, 1,850 people between Twitch and YouTube, and then restreams. You guys are insane. Like, yeah, insane. But we're going to do that after the Marbles giveaway, so that if you just don't give a shit, you can just leave. I'm not holding you hostage, okay? Because this is a conversation that I'm passionate about, and I research a lot about, and I've been an MMORPG player since I was like 8 years old. So almost 25 years of my life. That has been my passion and my genre that I obsess over. And I think it's a really interesting conversation and something that I would love to talk more about, but I don't want to hold you guys hostage. However, I am going to hold you hostage for 2 minutes while I start up Marbles and do a quick BRB. Music off. It is Marbles music time. Let's make sure this works. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm going to get that. Pop it up. I will be right back in 2 minutes. Actually, I can do the countdown while you guys are... sorry, not the countdown, but I can let you guys start jumping in while I BRB. Okay, what's a good race? Does anyone know like a really sick race? The samurai one is sick. No, don't do it yet. The samurai one is sick. Does anyone know a really good one? What's the samurai one called again? It's pretty high up. The dojo. This one's pretty sick. But it'd also be cool to do a new one. Enemy of the Gaze is kind of eh. Cosmic Chaos will be fun. I'm gonna Google it. Best Marbles map. Oh, these are all so old. Okay, these are all really old, so... Okay. Dead game. Freaking dead game. Oh, people can vote? Hold on, I gotta turn my... Oh, it's so loud. Hold on, let me turn the... Or you know what? I'm just gonna deal with it. I'm gonna deal with how freaking loud it is. Oh no, I can turn it down here. Okay. The laboratory is popping off, hey? The dojo. Is the laboratory sick? Or are you guys just voting for it to be like part of the... Oh, looks like it's... How do you vote? Oh, you vote by the number. That's sick. Okay, I'm going to give you guys... Okay, wait. No, actually, I'm not going to leave voting open because people are going to vote for shit they don't even know. We're doing laboratory. This thing's going crazy. Shit. I forgot. We have a max of 1,000. This is what we're going to do, guys. Oh my God, it's so loud. Why doesn't my volume keep going up to max? Shit. Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna tap away for a sec. Okay, this is what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna open up the map. It is gonna be the first 1,000 people in, okay? In the end of the day, there's always tons of lurkers, people like listening on their phone and shit. And so I don't think we're gonna hit the 1,000 cap. I think we're gonna be fine. If we hit the 1,000 cap, we will... Oh, we can't do a second race. People can just rejoin. All right, I'm sorry. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to explain how you join. To join, you do... It's !play, I think. I'm pretty sure it's exclamation mark play in the chat. Yeah, it's exclamation mark play in the chat. I'm telling it now. You are going to, once I open this race, okay, it'll be the first 1,000 in. I really don't think there's any chance we really actually hit 1,000. But if we do, guys, it'll be those 1,000 that get in. I apologize if you don't make it in. Most of our past races were like 300 people. So it's going to be first 1,000 though, okay? I apologize if you don't get in, if you're too slow. If we do hit that cap, I'm going to open it up and you guys, it's exclamation mark play in the chat. I'm 99% sure. If it's not, you'll see the command on the screen and everyone will see it at the same time. Okay, I'm starting it. It is exclamation mark play. I will be right back. 1 minute. Okay, yeah. See, there's still tons of room. Okay, no one gets to cry now. We're good. 650. All right, guys. One more thing before I do the race and people leave. Few things. One, make sure you're following this Twitch channel. If you're following this Twitch channel and you're following the Ravendawn game category on your Twitch, your marble will be faster. Just so you know, make sure you follow this Twitch channel, follow the Ravendawn Twitch category, and your marble will be faster. Additionally, for bonus movement speed, exclamation mark boost will not work. But for bonus movement speed, if you are following our Instagram, our YouTube, and whatever the hell else, you will also be faster, okay? So go follow our Instagram, go follow our YouTube, go follow whatever the hell we have, and you will be faster, okay? Guaranteed. No one say no. Don't say no. Stop. No kappas. It's not fake. It's true. It's true. We have a partnership with between Instagram and the Marbles team. We're doing big plays right now with Meta, okay? All right, guys. Okay, there's still quite a few people filtering in. No, not that much. I'm gonna start it here. Oh, I should probably say the rules. So 1,800 people. We are going to be giving away 6 years of patron, 6x1 years of patron, more specifically. What this means is that the top 5 people to finish, will win 1 year of patron. But there is one more award that we love to do. Okay. First 5 will get 1 year patron. And if you already have Patreon, guys, this is just additional time for you. Sweet. Awesome. And if you don't have Patreon yet, go get Patreon because it also makes your mobile faster. So you could win a year for like, you know, you get a month and you could win a year. The person, there's one more award that we'd like to do, which is for the person that comes in last place, but to be clear, finishes in last place. This is not the person that dies first or anything like that. This is the last person to either get torched by the fire at the end of the map or to be the last person to get into the finish line. Okay. So top 5 and last place to finish or get torched by the fire. We are starting. Oh, it's still a lot of people entering. That's okay. We're gonna do a 10-second countdown and like the automatic countdown, and you guys can still enter for a few more seconds. Let's get to 800 quick. It's still growing pretty quick. Exclamation mark play in the chat. It does not work. Oh shit! It does not work in YouTube chat. Make sure you come into Twitch chat to do it. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that. Whatever. The YouTube people get like a VOD and 2x speed, so they're already spoiled. All right, once it hits on 800, I'm starting. Keep the YouTube noobs out. I'm kidding. I love you, YouTubers. I much prefer watching content on YouTube than Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch. I like to watch everything at 2x speed, so. All right, starting. 800 exactly. More people can still filter in. 805, 806. Shit. All right. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Oh, I got to remember all the commands again. This goes to the first place. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going back to number 1. Oh my God. Dude, why is it not? Oh, there we go. I got it. There we go. Okay. We're good. Okay. Everyone's coming down. Oh, holy shit. You get shot up here? I've never seen this map before. Okay. I do have a degree in Marble's camera work, so. It was an online degree, though. I didn't actually go to college for it. Okay, there's so many names that it's like hard to even see who's. But Trekking and Wozind are absolutely crushing. Oh, this shit looks. Okay, this looks sick. These are the equalizer things, you know? This is where someone goes from first place. Someone just died. This is when people go from first place to like last place and their hearts are broken. I better not see any skips. If I see a skip, oh shit. If I see a skip, I'm going to be real mad. There's some maps where like you can like randomly jump to the very end and it's like, oh, that's, oh, Trekking's still like up there. Oh shit. Man, we might have our top 5 soon. There's still people that are like way back there. Oh, okay. This is another equalizer. Oh shit. Oh, Wozind is still in it. Why Anime, Powell Fox, Bullnose. Oh, we're real close. Looks like Bullnose is going to finish first. And then we got S Sheer, Grumio, Dot Galaxy. That is the top 5. So we had the top 5, but guys, whoa, Weepuff, I've seen you talk a lot. So, Jer Hardy, well, it's good that you didn't win. You don't deserve to win. You already steal all my staff for interviews and stuff. So, okay. So now we have the last person to finish the map. So not die, but they can get set on fire. So it could be MTS here. We need oh, there's a lot of people in this loop. It's probably going to be whoever delays in this loop. It was Take. We'll see it in a sec here, but it was Take something that finished in last place. We just so you guys know, I'll explain how the actual giveaway works. I'll explain how the actual giveaway works, guys. Yeah, I like dojos more than laboratory, but it was still a good map. There's some really shitty maps. The way this giveaway works, guys, the top 5 here finished. I'll scroll down to find where Take was. Otherwise, we'll probably look at the VOD because it'll be easier to see his name. Maybe Neos grabbed his name. but otherwise we'll look at the VOD. The 6 winners though, the top 5 here are obvious, but the guy who came in last place or got burned by the fire first, you guys will all get DM'd on Twitch. Okay. You will get DM'd on Twitch within the next like 24 to 48 hours. Okay. And you will get DM'd a code for 1 year of Patreon. Okay. Do not DM us. No one DM us on Discord. If you don't get it in the next hour, chill. You'll get it when a CM gets to it. We have a lot of things we're working on right now, but you will get it in the next 24, 48 hours. You'll 100% get it before launch. Don't worry about that. But just so you guys know, yeah, see, energy and bonuses. This is for liking like our socials and stuff. So make sure you go do that for the next race. But they will DM you a code. Okay. They will have your name. They will DM you on Twitch. Make sure you check your Twitch. You will get it. And yeah, guys, that is the marbles giveaway. We're just doing 1 race this time. We're not doing a bunch of races. Oh no, the trailer opened again. We're not doing a bunch of races. I hope you guys enjoyed. Congratulations to lucky winners. Now, what next? Do I want to go into a few more questions? I'm going to go into a few more questions. Okay, guys, marbles giveaway is done. 2,000 people in here. Holy shit. If you want to get out of here, please, like, because that's what you're staying for. Feel free to get out of here. I'm going to do some questions here. Diamond Pack race. Unfortunately not. I will raid Labosi when this is done. It'll be very soon. I don't have a lot more in me. And I will raid him this time. I will not forget. I always forget to raid people in general. Just because I don't stream on Twitch much, obviously. But I will do it this time. And hopefully you guys stick around. He does really cool content. The only thing is he is Portuguese, guys. And I know we have way more English people now than we used to. I believe it's right now like 45% of the audience is English, which is crazy. In the live stream, not on our Discord. Our Discord is, I said it earlier, but I think it was like what was it, 41%, something like that. I had the number earlier, but he is Portuguese. So English people, hop over there and then you can peace out because you won't understand him. Portuguese people, Labosi has a huge wealth of knowledge for Ravendawn. I would say of all content creators, he probably has the most, alongside with Girardi, GGTS. These guys know a lot. I'm so sorry if I leave somebody out, by the way. Oh my God. I'm not great at that. But those 3 guys and a handful of others, but those 3 guys I know a lot about Ravendawn. They're always like theorycraft and stuff, working on stuff. So yeah, GGTS, Girardi, Twitch, Labosi, Catoroid's also awesome. He's a really cool guy, covers a lot of stuff. But those first 3 that I mentioned are like all dedicated Ravendawn. So really cool content. Nighter, please get some rest between today and Tuesday if you can. Oh, no can do. I will not be resting before then. But I'm okay. It's so much excitement that like I'm working a lot because I'm just excited. I wake up after a few hours sleep. I'm checking the Discord, chatting with you guys just because like I'm enjoying it. I love it. I can't fall back asleep because I'm just too excited. And there's always stuff to do. So, but I really appreciate that. It's very sweet. We will rest once Ravendawn is the biggest MMORPG in the world. No, but we'll rest when we're ready to. And for now, we are all focused on launch. So thank you so much, though. That's very kind. A lot of people have said that. I appreciate that. So yeah, go ahead, guys. Answer or ask some more questions. I'll do a few more. I'll do like another 15 minutes. I wish more of you guys would have left. Still 2,000 people here. I'm kidding. I don't wish you guys would leave. I'm more just like surprised. Yeah, you asked the same question. Is there any way you can hide your own name on the party list? Like, well, we will look to do that. But yeah, we won't get that in for Tuesday. Any plans to create a mail system in game? Well, we actually have a mail system already. It's just you can't currently use it to mail items between players. Possibly, yeah. We'd probably rather first add like, I don't know, like a communal house chest or something like that. Guild bank is a huge priority for us, by the way, guys. Many people have asked for that. It won't be in ASAP because it's not as simple as you would think. There's like a lot of permissions you got to add for and all this there's a lot to it, but we will do that eventually. So just so you know, look forward to that. Labosi, yeah. Where's Dharma? I miss him. He has more like social media stuff right now to handle. Like he handles all that kind of stuff. So right now there's a lot of that going on. So he is likely just busy with that. Because there's a lot of that stuff to handle right now. But he's pretty much always lurking. He's pretty much always in the live streams, hanging out and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'd say like last week he's been more behind the scenes just because we've had more behind the scenes stuff to do. I love Ravendawn, Raven coins. I'll talk about that shortly. By the way, guys, some people are asking duplicate questions that I absolutely answered already. Like the magical physical distinction for archetypes. I already answered that. Like it was your question too. But yeah. Have you guys decided how free players will be able to farm patron? Again, we'll talk about that soon. God, I will say, guys, that gets asked all the time on socials, in our Discord, in chats. So I will talk more about that here soon. Thank you for all the kind messages, guys. I really appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to us. I think sometimes you guys think, because I'm an MMORPG player too. So I shouldn't say you guys, but it's -20 in my city. Holy shit. It's -20 degrees in my city. It's very cold. Canada. Many times as players, you guys don't think things get seen, or you think it's just doesn't matter or whatever. Your guys' comments, whether it's in a Twitch stream chat, Discord, on a Reddit post, on a YouTube, they do mean a lot to us. And we see it way more than you guys think. Sometimes it is just scrolling through. Sometimes we don't respond. But I promise you, when we see those, they do motivate us. They keep our energy up. They keep us excited. They do mean a lot. Yeah. Raven coins tradable. Again, we'll talk about that soon. To be clear, they're not currently, but we will, just so someone doesn't like hear that and then hop out. But it's getting asked a lot, so I'm just quickly mentioning it. Houses on the sea, that will come. We will have bungalow housing. I begged for a hammer rework, completely ignored. Just because you want something doesn't mean that we're going to do exactly what you want. That is the reality of it. I can almost guarantee you we're not ignored. During my Christmas break, the like 2.5 days I took off, I was reading through forum posts pretty much all the time. That's pretty much what I did. I am at the very top of our studio, and even I am doing that. I can rest assured other staff are reading through it constantly. You were probably not ignored. We maybe just didn't like your idea, or we just didn't want to do a rework to it. We didn't think there should be a rework to it. Just because you want something changed doesn't mean we agree with it, and doesn't mean we're going to do it. And just because we don't do it doesn't mean you're ignored. Fish balls cats games. Multiple people are asking this. What? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. What archetype would you would play? I almost always play like paladin types in MMOs. I should say more. I almost always play hybrid types. Usually they lean towards paladin types. However, like my favorite class in WoW has always been shaman. I've always enjoyed that kind of play style. So if I was like maining something in Ravendawn, to be clear, guys, like I've played through Ravendawn many times, obviously, especially in our test phases. On launch, though, obviously I won't have time to play because I'll be very busy. But working on Ravendawn. But with that, if I was to be playing launch, it would be, in terms of like what I would enjoy playing, it'd be a paladin class. So holy protection warfare. Okay, I got baited. Nice. Okay, I respect it. Fishbowl cat. Is that like how you say it? Like that's how, like in Portuguese, is it spelled differently, or is it literally fishbowl cat? I know I'm saying it more and more now here. Enjoy. Old guy, new streamer. Fuck you, GK. Not literally. That's how you're saying it. Shit. Oh no. All right, that's today's stream clip. Listen, guys, Canada's a very sex positive country, okay? I got clipped. Yeah, hell yeah. Do it. And what about flame tornado and erupt? Oh, fishes, I did. Okay. Okay, yeah. That was a good bait. That was a real good bait because it was all like English words, right? And he even said game too, so like right away like got my attention. You're asking the same archetype question. You're trying to bait me to sharing what archetype's next. I'm not dealing with it. I love Niter. He likes Pikachu. I do not like Pikachu. I hate Pikachu. I like the superior Raichu. Okay. The biggest mistake that Pikachu ever did was not take the Thunderstone and evolve into a Raichu. Okay. That ruined the show. Okay. Rat is rat. How dare you? But how would you defeat Lieutenant Surge's Raichu without Pikachu's speed? Very good point. The correct answer, though, is just a stronger Raichu. That's the correct answer. That's funny. Will there be an option to hunt as a party in Tibia? As there is in Tibia, there is an option to hunt as a party. I think what you're asking about is, will you get more experience hunting in a party? Currently not, but there are a lot of benefits now hunting a party, especially with the recent patch notes where you guys share quest contribution. Raichu is a Zergling, also pretty true. Most, well, Pikachu and Raichu are all pretty much Zerglings. But what's wrong with a Zergling? They're cute as shit too. Warfare is like Ret, Pally, and WoW then. Probably, no, I would say it's closer to Fury Warrior in WoW, depending on the expansion, right? They change so much every expansion. But it's more of a self-sustain, kind of get on top of your target type archetype. Ravendawn being more focused on solo or team play. The goal is both, right? The goal is that a solo player can enjoy playing solo and a team player can enjoy playing in a team. We consistently try to make changes that are good for both. Wondering about if you're able to get Raven coins with silver. Okay, again, asked a million times. I will answer it soon. Apology. By the way, I'm not trying to be rude when I say asked a million times. I mean to say that as like, I promise I will get to that as well. It's just, it's going to be a longer conversation. So I want to answer the quick questions first. Don't you think the mana cost for healing spells is too high? It is if you are not a dedicated healer. You can spec into a passive that halves the healing cost. But yeah. Since there's gunpowder in the game, any chance we will see some pew pew weapons in the future players to use? Who knows? Maybe. Because there is we do have, the science is there. What were the names of the Ravendawn YouTubers you recommend? That's tricky. I'm not as good on mentioning YouTubers because there has been like a ton that have covered us. And I'm just not good with like remembering every YouTuber. There was one video that was made a couple weeks ago during the open beta by an English creator that I think it has like 20K views now. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's like drastically outperforming most of his content. That video was really solid. It was more of a review, but I thought it was like very fair. Like he mentioned the things he didn't like and the things he liked. Super fair review. But there's like a lot of stuff popping up. I can tell you right now that there are a lot of creators that are going to be playing Ravendawn on the 16th and 17th, a lot on the 17th, as well as a lot of YouTube creators making videos come launch. We're in conversations with a lot of them, like dozens and dozens and dozens. But obviously they want the servers to be up so they can record stuff, make cool content, stuff like that. Oh, my dog's outside barking. Hope the servers are able to handle the amount of people at launch. Us as well. But I promise you, if they are not, guys, we will be actively working to scale up and get more servers opened as fast as possible. I promise you that. It will not be a situation where we're going to like money pinch trying to, you know, just have a few. We will do everything possible to have it, to get, if we need 5 more servers, we'll get 5 more servers. We will make that happen. But it does take time to set up servers. It's not like a flick of a switch. It's not like we buy it and it's done. We have to like set it up and make sure it's all compatible. There's a lot of stuff to do. 100K players simultaneously, anything short of 1 million, and we're disappointed. Will it be possible to use the steering wheel to move at launch? There was somebody that did do that. It's not native support though, but I'm sure you can find a way. Okay, guys. Somebody asked a ton, and now that there are like 400 less people in here, I'm glad you guys got out of here because this is a long topic. Talked about this in length in the last Twitch stream, guys, but obviously there was like 300 people there, not 1,600 to 2,000. Anything short of 1 million on Ravendawn, and Ravendawn is dead on arrival. Absolutely true. Anything short of 1 million, and we might just close shop the next day. Might just shut it down. And concurrent, I'm not even saying like daily active users. I mean like concurrent. I'm kind of thinking like 25 million daily active users. Like, if we can do like 4 or 5 times WoW's concurrent or daily active users, like that would be pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to like be like seen on like the same level as like World of Warcraft or like Final Fantasy 14 or something. That'd be just a little embarrassing. So that would be expected, really. Wouldn't even call it a success. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, this gets asked all the time. We talked about it when there were like 300 people watching, but we're gonna talk about it with like 650 people watching because it gets asked all the time in the Discord, and hopefully it's such a long conversation to have. It's not a quick response. And so now is a good opportunity because probably, I mean, we've had it asked already 100 times in this Twitch stream, and probably a lot of you guys are also asking in the Discord, so it kind of answers you guys both in one fell swoop. The question is basically, I mean, there's a million different approaches to the question, but it's basically like, what do I do if my country is sanctioned? So for example, Russia, and, I mean, there's a lot of other countries that are sanctioned as well. We have a long list. And what that basically means, guys, is if your country is sanctioned, it means that Canada cannot do business with your country. What that means is if we don't want the Canadian government to be up our ass, we cannot sell anything to you from your country. We have a lot of people that have been getting interest from Russia lately, and it seems to be growing rapidly, and they keep asking us, we're sanctioned, what do we do? And the unfortunate answer is we cannot sell to you guys, and I don't see that changing in the foreseeable future. Another question is, what if no payment providers are offered for our country, which is another even bigger problem. We have right now, I think, 7 payment providers, and it is very hard to have every payment provider for every country. I know Polish users right now, a lot can use PayPal and they're chilling, they're fine, but a lot can't, and they want like P24. We are working really hard to add P24. I don't think it'll be in for launch because they take forever to respond. They ask for one little thing, we respond back instantly within 10 minutes, and they take 2 weeks to respond. And emailing them more doesn't do anything. They're just very hard to work with. We are working hard to get them added, and I promise you, we will try to get them added as quick as possible. But that's another question. What if we don't have a payment provider in our country? Next question is, what if we don't have a credit card? The next question is, what if we simply cannot afford it? We are a college student. There's some college programs that don't even allow people to work. It's like against their curriculum, which is crazy, but it does exist in actually quite a few parts of the world now. There are grants that mean you can't work. There are situations like this that we are sympathetic to. As much as we thought that it was like going to be like 5% of users, it has very quickly evidently become like 30 to 40% of users. It is a huge issue, and we understand that. The question that they all have is, will you ever add the ability to either have, for example, like Tibia coin equivalent, RuneScape membership equivalent, WoW token equivalent, Guild Wars 2 diamonds equivalent, Albion Online gold equivalent, basically any MMORPG's exchangeable currency or tradable currency. So that basically those people, there is a way that they could get patron, right? Because what people need to understand is if you are playing a game that you really love and it is impossible for you to get patron because your country is sanctioned, because there's no payment processor that you can use, you don't have a credit card, whatever, it is very sad because you know forever there is no way you can ever get this thing that everyone else has. And for a lot of people, that just leads them to quitting, right? And the truth of the nature is, a big reason why a lot of games nowadays have added this feature, guys, is primarily because of accessibility. If you need to understand that us not having this in the game, but Tibia having it does hurt us. It does hurt us because someone who can never buy patron could get premium in Tibia. And so this will heavily discourage them from playing. And I feel weird saying that with 650 people here because it's probably going to discourage some people. We currently do not have this. It is something we are actively talking about as a studio. We debate over this all the time. We talk about this all the time. We talk about the pros and cons all the time. And I'm going to list through some of those with you guys today. And I want to make it very clear that we do not have this for launch. And we will not have this for launch. And if you are wanting this for launch, I apologize. We will not have it for launch. Kind of to go through some of the reasons, guys. The biggest reason is accessibility. There are people that will simply not play if they cannot get it. It is just the truth of it. If they cannot grind to get their premium or their WoW subscription or their RuneScape membership or their Guild Wars 2 outfits or their Albion membership / cosmetics / whatever the hell else they have, they will just quit. They will not play. There is a reason why all of these games, BDO, Albion Online, why they have grown over the last couple of years, not revenue-wise. I mean, they've grown revenue-wise as well, but there is a reason why they've grown user base-wise. And almost all of them grew as soon as they added the ability to buy it in-game, because there are just a lot of people that will quit if they can't do that and go to a game where they can. That is one big thing. Another thing is, truth of the matter is, it keeps the silver economy really strong, or the gold economy really strong, because it has a tether currency. This is why the US dollar, sorry, I just tabbed out of something. This is why the US dollar is so effective in what it does, because it is used as a tether currency for a lot of stuff. The truth of the matter is it does keep always a reason to have the in-game currency, which is very desirable for MMORPGs. It also almost completely kills RMT. A lot of people think the opposite. They think that so pay to win, bye-bye. I didn't even say that we're doing it. I even made clear that we're not doing it. And someone said then remove premium. So remove our monetization entirely, because there is again, stupid as shit. But this is a lot of MMORPG players. It's fair. I get it. It's totally fine. I've been involved in MMORPG communities for decades. I totally get what the average player is like. The other thing is it also almost completely kills RMT. And this is one that is a tough one because a lot of people don't get that. They think it's the opposite, right? The truth of the matter is there was a very great survey done on the WoW community of 17,000 people, the classic WoW community, and 40% of them admitted to buying WoW gold from third-party markets. People that want to do this will do it. It will happen, I promise. The difference is, instead of going to a very sketchy, possibly hacking, possibly scamming site that supports a random gold selling site based out of another country, those people now have a fair and safe way that actually supports the development studio, allowing them to grow and build a better project. These are the arguments to why there are reasons and why pretty much every big MMORPG in the world now offers it. I am not saying that we are adding it. This is not a decision we have made. It's something that we are heavily discussing still, but I wanted to lay out very cleanly as a peer-to-peer, as an MMORPG player to an MMORPG player, why these things are done by studios. And it is not just to make some money off it, because I promise you, any of these titles I mentioned, if they want to make money, there are way better ways to do it, like random loot crates and stuff like that. I promise you, the reason why they probably did it is because most monetization sucks, but at least this monetization has some benefits to it. As mentioned, sanctioned countries, people without credit cards, people without currency providers, they can get patron or premium or membership or whatever. Keeps the game's silver economy strong or gold economy strong or whatever you have here. It combats RMT. It actually puts the money in the developer's hands instead of third parties' hands. These are the reasons why so many big studios do it. Now, I need to make super clear, guys, this is still something we're completely discussing. Right now, we're like, for launch, we absolutely will not have it. But I want you to understand that the reason why these studios do it is because there are pros to it. It's not just all bad, like most monetization. Most monetization is almost all bad. I'm going to go read through some comments now. I just kind of wanted to like lay it all out there so that you guys kind of understand. I think anyone who rejects this idea are intellectually dishonest people. It's the same people who cry about the WoW token, but buy gold from other sites. Of course, funny enough. Okay, I don't like to give too much of our secrets. We track pretty much every gold site that is prepared to sell Ravendawn currency already. We're very aware. And we know users that are involved, because gold sites are much more clever, okay? But there are a lot of peer-to-peer gold selling on like forums, right? So there's a lot of like more like sketchy forums, not sketchy, but they're like, you know, they do gold selling, bot selling, stuff like that are huge. And those users are usually a little dumber, but they will just post with a username that is the exact same as in our goddamn Discord and the exact same that is in our Twitch chats. And they will post with the exact same username. And I caught one last Twitch stream. I called them out. It's now a clip. These are the exact same people that argue against it because they know that it will kill their business. And so that has been really frustrating is we see a lot of these users that we know are prepared to sell currency on RMT sites that are screaming the most because they know it will almost completely kill their margins and how they make their money. Because now there's a fair and safe way that goes to the developers instead of to them. So it is very frustrating to see that because they are better at planting people or just using their own accounts than anybody could ever imagine. This is their business. They will work very hard to make sure that that they protect their business by crying the most, screaming, saying that they're going to quit the game to rile other people up. And it is very sad to see. I've seen multiple of them engage with each other and literally talk to each other about how X, Y, and Z. I'm sharing a lot there, guys, but that is just the reality of it. Most game developers obviously don't have these kind of casual conversations with their audience, especially when there's 1,600 people. But that is just the reality of it. And I hope that was a little bit of a look behind the curtain of the truth of the nature and the truth of, don't get me wrong, there's some people that don't like it and they're not like doing RMT and working on gold sites. I'm not saying that. I get that. But they are usually engaging with other people that do run gold sites. I've seen it a lot. I've seen two people talking back and forth, and I know one of them is related in a gold site. And to be clear, we ban a lot of these users because we know it's very obvious. It's like the exact same username and it's really unique. There's been cases where they're like, a little bit different. We're not really sure, so we don't, because we'd rather err on the side of caution and just ban a random person. But there's been some very obvious examples where they're even using like the same like tagging and it's weird. Some are really not good at hiding it. But anyways, I just wanted to, so someone says, what if it was a limit per week? If we ever did do this, guys, we would have a limit per week. That is something we've talked about. Again, we have long lists, hours and hours of discussion behind this, way too much time discussing this. Most big studios will probably just like, fuck it, it's going to make us some money. Let's put it in. We go back and forth so much over these decisions. And one of the anchors that was in that is if we ever did, we'd have like a very low limit where it's like, can't come in and drop $100 and and sell it all. This would be like, okay, maybe you like are able to get an extra patron or two that someone else can now get. That would be very much our direction if we ever did something like this. It would not be like WoW tokens where you can buy 50 WoW tokens, list them on the marketplace and make off like Bandit. It would never be like Albion Gold where people can heavily manipulate it by buying, thousands of dollars of gold and listing it. I don't think actually I think the only MMORPG that has a daily limit is BDO. Their daily limit's really high though. I think it's like $250 a day. It's still really high, like insanely high. But I think they're the only MMORPG that does it. But I really love the idea that they do that. And if we ever were to do something like this, of course we would do measures like that, because in the end of the day, there's a ton of pros that come from it, and we'd want to limit any cons that come from it. Nighter's the best game studio CEO. Sometimes I feel like I get halfway through and I get kind of like embarrassed reading it, but Nighter's the best game studio CEO I've ever seen. Very sensible and intelligent in the conclusions he draws. I really appreciate that. I make mistakes too, to be clear, but I overthink stuff a lot, because Ravendawn has been my passion for years, for a better part of a decade, like almost a third of my life. It's been a dream of mine, a passion of mine. And I hope you guys understand that I would never do anything that I feel like could jeopardize it. I would only do things that I think would build it up for the long term. And I think the biggest difference between me and a lot of game studio CEOs is I fucking love MMORPGs. I love them, right? So I think that's the biggest difference. I think a lot of MMORPG CEOs don't give a shit about MMORPGs or their MMORPG. I think that's a big difference. Monetize everything. Whoever doesn't have a shoulder or whoever doesn't have money should cry. I disagree with that, obviously. I've talked also a lot about things that we would never monetize. Yeah. What are the negative points that keep you resistant? This is a super good question, actually. So I think a lot of the pros also have cons, right? I would say some don't have cons, like killing RMT sites. I mean, everyone's celebrating that. Fuck gold sites. Keeping the silver economy strong or the gold economy strong, depending on the game. I think that's obviously just a good one. Giving accessibility to people who can't buy it from sanctioned countries, credit cards, no payment processor, also probably all goods. The obvious con, though, is the fact that people can spend money to get silver. I think that's where the limit is really important. And having an actual limit, not like a meme limit where it's like $500 a day, where it's like, okay, well, holy shit, you're not really limiting anything. I think that's where it comes in. It should be like someone wants to get an extra patron or two and list that, right? I think that's so different than someone coming in on one day and dropping $1,000 on their credit card, which happens all the time in these games I'm mentioning, right? In WoW, in Albion, in BDO. I think the most important thing to remember is that a lot of these MMOs I mentioned, while they have their problems, they're still really good MMOs, right? People don't remember the hundreds of MMOs that close doors like a week after, like Crowfall and stuff like that. These are all really successful MMOs that have shown a lot of growth in user base over the last couple of years. And you can say it's because the MMO market is dry, which I do to a degree agree with. But these are also really good MMOs. Like again, they all have their problems, but I think all these MMOs are a lot of fun, and I've been entertained by all of them for a long time. A currency monetization system similar to Albion is probably as close as you can get to a decent monetization system. Exactly, and that would be identical in terms of that. Obviously, we would have limits unlike Albion has, but I do agree. I think Albion does a great job. Albion Online does a great job. And I do disagree, obviously, with like their membership there. Like ours is as low as like $6.49 a month, right? It's very cheap. Where theirs, I think the lowest it can be is $12.99 a month. It's essentially double. And on top of that, it's way more is significant. Without it, you're not playing the game. Like 50% more experience. I think at times it's 100% more experience. You're never playing without that, right? So I do think I think something that people also forget is a lot of these games that they get concerned with this kind of stuff. It's because the stuff in the shop is worth buying, right? So in the shop, they sell equipment, they sell boosters, stuff like that. I don't think it's as concerning as someone getting patron or getting a cosmetic. You know what I mean? Hey brother, can I ask? Wow, this was 7 minutes ago, by the way. Sorry, I'm not scroll down. Hey brother, can I ask why the camera angle is so off? It is not off. It is an intentional perspective that we do. You can take a look at Tibia or Ultima Online. These are games that use the same perspective. Don't get me wrong. We totally understand it is jarring, and it is, I wouldn't even say different. I would say like not common, because there are very successful titles that have done it. But I absolutely understand that some people look at it and they're like, oh, I don't like that. Totally fair. I recommend you try for an hour or two though, because a lot of people end up loving the perspective, and it's why we actually work in that perspective is because we love it. It's actually way harder to work in this perspective than it is a classic perspective, for many reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is a lot of pixel artists aren't trained in this perspective. So we have to train them in this perspective. We have a lot of reasons why we love this perspective. And actually, Co Carnage, who watched our trailer yesterday, it was really cool to see somebody who actually is like a real one and understood the perspective. He mentioned it really well. It's a true 2D perspective that looks 3D, and that is why we like it. It's not to say you can't do that in other ways. You also can, but we understand it is jarring, and some people just don't like it. They're like, I don't want anything to do with that, and that is totally fair. If you don't want to ever give it a try because of that, totally fair. But I also can say we have 36,000 people in our Discord and multiples of that on like our mailing list with accounts waiting to play. And about half of them didn't like the perspective at first and ended up loving it. I really encourage you, give it an hour or two try. But if you just like, are like, nope, not even gonna try it, or just don't enjoy it after trying it, totally fair too. In the end of the day, there's a lot of amazing games out there and we only have so much time to try them all. So I also get that. But if you're like, hey, the market's dry, I want to try something weird that I'm not used to, give it a try. And if you like it, I hope you do. Sorry, I hope you're still in here. This was like 6 minutes ago. So I think having a WoW token is not that bad. Who cares? RMT was either way. Yeah, obviously that is the classic WoW poll where it was 40% of classic WoW players buy gold. Yeah, it's such a delusional world that some people live in though. Which I understand. But again, most of the people that we have seen arguing it are very, we know that they run RMT sites or are users on RMT sites. We've looked into a lot of them. We track a lot of them. If you guys are in here, which I know there's probably about 50 in here already, because there was quite a few in our 300 person live stream. We follow a lot of shit you guys do. Just so you guys know, we think that's important for us to keep track of. And we don't, so. IMO, tradable Raven coins are imitations to the greatest MMORPG players of all time. Gold sellers, digital wannabe gangsters. It is absolutely the opposite. Unless you mean an invitation to get rid of them. Because every game that is added, because there's data to show this. This isn't my subjective opinion. Every game that is added, like WoW token, Albion Gold, Tibia coins, the RMT market went down by about 90%, depending on the game. Depending on like how accessible it is. Just so you guys know, to say this is just not true. There's no data to support this. It's super subjective. Now you mentioning Dominando and stuff. Again, this sounds like Tibia PTSD, which is totally fair. But that is totally fine. You've been in the community way longer though. So I wish you would act in a little better faith. But anyways, this is Labosi statement. I'm not sure what you're referring to. If you mean if it's something that he agrees to that I said, sweet. If it's something that he disagrees with what I said, that's also fine. Like, and then Labosi can have different opinions than me. He's an amazing content creator and he covers a lot of cool stuff about Ravendawn, but we also can disagree, hopefully. And again, I love Labosi. Like, he was a host at our booth at BGS, such a cool guy. And we have so many conversations just like in DM and stuff. And he's always provided a lot of insight and stuff on current Tibia market, because I haven't played Tibia in like almost a decade. I used to play it for years, but I haven't played it in a long time. So I talked to him a lot about that. We have lots of conversations about how we deal with Dominando or Dominado, however you say it, versus how Tibia deals it. And if anyone here is naive to the fact that you don't understand that Tibia wants it in the game, you're crazy, because Tibia can get rid of it. They want it in the game. That's why they built a game that supports it, because monetarily it does support them having this in the game. So to act like this is like an unavoidable thing, but Tibia is the only MMORPG in the world that suffers from it, is just incredibly naive. And I don't think Lebosi would ever argue that, because we've talked about Dominato a ton, and how we're working to make sure that it doesn't happen in the game, just like most MMORPGs do. And also we've talked about how Tibia profits from it, and why they keep it in the game, and why they don't get rid of it when they obviously could as well. But again, some people are super naive to that and just don't understand. That's totally fine. Also, I appreciate how many people are still here. I mean, it's been, oh my God, it's 12:30. Oh my God, it's been 3.5 hours. That's crazy. I thought I was gonna look down, it was almost gonna be like noon, like 12 o'clock. That is insane. Hey, we remember Crowfall chill. A lot of people don't, because Crowfall, I mean, okay, no, sorry. It's not only because their monetization. That game was a shell of a game, but their inability to be okay with monetizing in a good way. Like they went from like terrible monetization plans to crazy, stupid, aggressive ones to like gone. And it's like, guys, like you, like that was just, it's kind of sad, because I thought Crowfall was such a cool idea and I was really excited, but it was very obvious, like 4 years before it released, that they were just like really new to what they're doing. People need to stop seeing ex-Blizzard developer and thinking it means it's going to be a good game. There are game directors from games that were successful not because the game director was good. Just to be clear, like that had like if somebody's been a successful game director on like 2 or 3 titles, okay, they probably earned that praise. But like people will be like, oh, this studio has a ex-Blizzard developer, and then you find out it was like a QA staff who worked there for 3 months, and it's like I don't think that person is going to make sure this game is perfect, right? Like, yeah, it's great. They have experience at Blizzard, but like they might not even have got like password access to log into the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like they might have only been there for, you know, anyways, that's a side rant. What are your top 3 MMORPGs? I mean, that's a multifaceted question, right? I would say like Arcade is probably the MMORPG that I was most obsessed with in my life. So didn't play the most because it fell off pretty quick. Well, not that quick. It lasted for quite a long time, but that would probably be the MMORPG that I had that I was the most obsessed with. Like I just could not stop playing it. World of Warcraft is probably my favorite ongoing. To be clear, I only do arena PvP. I pretty much do no PvE ever. I almost do no battlegrounds unless I need gear. I pretty much exclusively play arena PvP, which I love. Then Tibia is probably the other third one up there. But Final Fantasy 11 is a really close one in there as well. I love Final Fantasy 11. Sly, absolutely agree with Albion. This is in the YouTube chat, so most of you guys don't even see this, so I'm not even... with the Tencent acquisition, absolutely agree. Again, big difference. Albion Online, you can literally swipe $100,000 and buy everything. You can buy literal books that give you experience. Like it's such a different comparable, and that's why. And to be clear, I think Albion's a really good game, and I actually think they do pretty okay monetization compared to a lot of games out there. But there is no doubt that that is a problem. You should never be able to just log into a game, swipe $1,000, $10,000, $100,000 and buy experience books with all of that. That's obviously ridiculous. UO is slightly different, which is why I feel it's slightly off. Absolutely, it is slightly different, but it is also very different from most perspectives, right? And that's kind of my point. I'm going to try it, but I'm worried about a viewer perspective as a streamer. Absolutely. Again, I think people get used to it. But yeah, again, super fair, guys. Like anytime that's criticism people have, I always say like, I get that. I get it's different. Just like to most people, a 2D game in general is different. If you talk to like a Zoomer, tell them about a 2D game, they're like, hell no, dude. Like, I'm not playing a side scroller. Like, are you crazy? Like, that looks like Mario. It's just, people have their tastes. Yeah. This is where I found the game. I was watching Co. That is so cool. Again, when we saw that he watched our trailer, it was like a very unique moment because we are a smaller studio and we are so up and coming, I guess, in many ways. And so to see somebody like Co, who's like an all-time OG and also a huge creator, watching our trailer and actually like, again, he knows games. So right away, he's like, this is a true isometric game. Most people think, that was really cool. I know our art team really loved that. But also just, like, I guess giving it the time of day was really cool. Again, he's one of those creators that will. It was very, very, it was very cool. A very cool moment for us. We all geeked out over it. We actually asked permission if we could share that clip, and we did get permission. So we are going to share that on our socials. We wanted to make sure we got permission first. I was waiting for a new Tibia server to get back into it. Guess I'll play a brand new game instead. Thank you for that. Yeah, hell yeah. Excited to have you. I never played Tibia before, and my first time playing this on December, I also found the camera angle weird, but I actually really enjoyed the game, and I used to say Tibia was shit, so yeah. Hey, welcome to a lot of people here. I never played with this perspective before, but I liked it right away. Again, it's polarizing in the sense that the people who like it fucking love it. We have a lot of people that, or thousands of people that love our perspective, and we love our perspective, but we also get people who are like, this feels weird. Yeah. If you guys are hiring at some point, I was pretty interested. Yeah, you can apply at any time at tavernlightgames.com. We kind of always take applications. Right now, we're not looking to hire because we're not in the position to onboard new people right around launch. But definitely, guys, like in the near future, I would not be surprised if we're expanding, growing the team. So please send an application in. Any applications when we're not like actively hiring, they get added to like a whole breakdown. So when we are hiring for that role, we first go through past applications and email all those people back and be like, hey, are you still interested in this role? Before we open it up to new applications. So obviously, if we do a new application thing, apply again, because there's always a slight chance that it got missed somehow. We try really hard not to, of course, but there's no problem like applying now for when a position open up, because we will reach out to you first, assuming we don't make a mistake. I think limiting someone to buying a few exchangeable patrons wouldn't make it feel pay to win. It would still provide an economy for free-to-play players who want to grind and buy from other players. Yeah, exactly. I think the limiting is the important part. And I think that's what most people's fear would always be, right? They understand there's so many reasons to do it, like so many beneficial parts. But I think that's always the biggest concern. It's like, well, what if someone swipes $1,000? Totally agree. Completely agree with that. That is a huge issue. People from restricted regions can purchase patron codes from third-party sites. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the issue. If a huge chunk of the community, they will go on an RMT site, give them silver, and get their patron. They will find a way to get it, and as they should. I would find a way too. If Canada was not allowed to buy a WoW token, I would find a way to get a WoW token that was not officially through the WoW website. That's just the nature of it. For real, I wouldn't want to be scammed by a random website. I'd rather support the game. Sorry, I'm going through a lot of duplicates. Tibia is 100% predatory. Most of the wars are manipulated by them to generate profit for the. Yeah, that's a deep dive, but I think most people know that. Yeah, sorry. To be clear, buying Patreon from Ridos Coins or what they are official resellers, Ricks. To be clear, though, many can't still buy from them. You say Russians can buy from them. That is not true. 99% positive that Brazil has also sanctioned Russia. But I appreciate your confidence in that. I'm not sure how up to date you are with global sanctions, but this is something that we have to work with our legal team to review to make sure that we do not sell to sanctioned countries and that even our resellers don't sell to sanctioned countries. But I appreciate your confidence in your statement, but it is incorrect. Told you Niders want to beat Niels' podcast. No, listen, I might beat it. I might have beat it in numbers. He beats it in quality though. Okay. Anyways, guys, this is starting to turn into a situation where like I don't want to be here calling out people on like incorrect logic, because I obviously have like a lot more information than most people, because this is what we do for work, right? So we have a lot more data. We have a legal team that reviews stuff with us. We know things like most people aren't up to date with like global sanctions. It's not part of most people's daily lives. We have to be, because we are a global studio. So I don't want to sit here and like someone says something wrong and I'm like, oh, that's wrong. Don't be confident about being wrong so quickly, because like if I went into their job, they probably would do like, I would have no clue what they're doing. And so yeah, so I don't want to just do that. I would feel bad, but that's not the intention here. Ranking 2s, 3s, or shuffle. I played all, obviously. 3s is really the only one that truly matters. But I pushed in shuffle 2s and 3s. And I always will push in 2s and 3s. Let's play a duo nighter. I'm Holy Paladin. Oh, we will have a conflict there because I play healer as well. I literally play every single heal. To be clear, I don't play WoW like right now. I played the last Dragonflight expansion, and I played a little bit of Season Discovery. It's just because of time, though. I love the game. I love Arena. It's like the purest form of MMORPG PvP to me. But I just don't have time because I'm working on this so much. But I do love it. I do love it. I loved Dark Age. I always wanted to play MMORPGs. Yeah, 100%. Beautiful game. To be clear, I don't think Arc Age was purely ruined by pay to win. It definitely was. Their pay to win was pretty absurd. Like when they added Thunderstruck trees, I was like, oh my God. Like literally the gatekeeper in the entire game that was like so hype and so exciting, they just sell it. That was kind of shitty, and people were just buying like dozens of them. Oh, it sucked. But the game had a lot of other fundamental flaws. And you know, there's a lot of games like Genshin Impact, like BDO, that are incredibly pay to win and still really successful. And it's because they're just really good games at the end of the day. I think pay to win can cause a game to fail, but usually what will cause a game to fail faster is the game sucking. So I think sometimes people just immediately want to blame pay to win for a game's failure, which, don't get me wrong, many times attributes a big part of it. Like I think it did with Arc Age, but many times it's also because the game has huge flaws as well. And that's why you see, again, games that are pay to win that are exploding. I mean, BDO got MMORPG, fan voted MMORPG of the year. Genshin Impact won like how many Game of the Year awards? You know, these are games that are doing wildly successful because they're just really fucking good games. BDO is an incredibly fun game. I think I spent like $50 in my entire life on BDO for like the pets and shit. Didn't ever spend on any of the pay to win shit. And I had a blast playing that game. I had so much fun playing that game. You'd be surprised whenever I stream Tibia, I get more viewers than AAA games. A big part of that is because it's very unique, so that helps. But also it is, you know, you're not getting, if you have like 200 viewers, you could be like at the top of the category as opposed to like 200 viewers at the very end of like the Call of Duty category. Greetings from Poland. What up, Camille? I think I'm saying it right. There will be a reset from the open beta. The game is fully reset for launch. Okay, guys, I'm tapping out. Almost 4 hours. I am tapping out, guys. I am gassed. That was a ton of fun. 4 hours flew by again. I feel like every time these get longer, and eventually I'm gonna be doing like 8-hour streams. And please some mod ban Bolik. Why? In Discord or where? But yeah, guys, I am tapping out. I'm gassed. Wishing you luck on a smooth launch. Thank you so much. I can't fucking believe there's 1,500 people here. Awesome, guys. Yeah, we're just gonna end it short there. Go like our stuff. Follow our Twitch. Follow our Twitch category for Ravendawn. Follow our YouTube. Leave us a 5-star review on Google. Yeah. See you guys on January 16th. Okay. Get lots of sleep. Get lots of energy, drinks. Oh, Raid. Oh my God. Thank you. Holy shit. Okay. That was real close. That was close. I was genuinely close. I would have been furious. Again, guys, I know there's a lot of English people in here now. Labosi speaks Portuguese only. He speaks a little bit of English, but he's essentially Portuguese. So I understand if you guys like, yeah, just so you know. But otherwise vibe out with him. If you're Portuguese, enjoy. He has a huge wealth of knowledge about Ravendawn. So pick his brain and piss him off, annoy him, ask him what the best build is 100 times. So I go Ray Labosi. Let's see if it works. This channel is intended for mature audiences. You're killing your viewership. See you guys. This was a ton of fun. Enjoy the raid. Have fun. Bug him. Piss him off. Yeah. I'm going to let the raid number. Okay. We'll shoot you guys right away. I'm not going to mess around here. Enjoy. Have fun, guys. Bye. I don't think I can stop streaming right away, right? I gotta like let it go for like a minute. So,